Okay, good morning. How are we all this morning? Uh, so the idea here is to start covering stuff on a more weekly basis because things go by and I don't do it and then it goes away, and that's sad. So I'm not entirely certain about the time yet because I picked up another couple-hour commitment on Wednesdays, but some point on Wednesday, probably now in the afternoons. What we're going to be doing is I'm going to be pulling a selection of things and looking at them from the past couple of weeks. It'll probably be the past couple of weeks until we catch up. And to start, I'm going to take a look at today the Steven Crowder Ring camera and look at that a little bit, talk about that, and then we're going to look at the Lav versus President Sunday debate, which I'm told is quite torturous. So let's get to it.
I do a boundary and abusive and cruel. You are not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries. There's no groceries. I would have steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's not a reasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yes. How do you man? How do you man receive love and respect? No. How do you man respect? No, you're not taking the car.
Stephen,
you're not taking the car.
Stephen,
you are not.
Then I will ask them to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not a threat. That's an entirely reasonable question. I don't want you to use the car, which is also, by the way, unreasonable. It would make terrific sense this man is a little bit unhinged in his relationships.
It's not a threat, Stephen.
Get an Uber.
Okay, Stephen, I can't.
Feeling some constraints?
Stephen.
Like, I can't
Stephen.
go. Listen to me. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're going to take the car and leave me here. Tony, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No. Who boxed you in? Lordy. No one's boxed in. This is from 2021, if I recall.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either. Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back?
Stephen?
The only way out of it is discipline and respect.
I really struggle. How's it going, Connor? I really struggle when people describe relationships as matters of discipline. And I really struggle with the concept of this concept of trying to impose upon people duties. So here we have Crowder sitting pretty whinily, actually. He's not doing this because it's impractical. He's doing it because he wants to control people. So, more specifically, his wife. So, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to come down and say this is okay at any rate. Like, taken in isolation, this is pretty bad, but this is probably not the only time this has happened.
It's the only way out of it, and we're at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect. Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up, Stephen.
You give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Stephen, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Stephen, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it.
Yeah, that's not concerning at all.
Watch it.
I'm going to let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need to just stop engaging for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you. And the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D. You just be disciplined about it. You go, no.
it's like he's talking to a child. And it's not even a good relationship. Like, this would be a very problematic relationship with a parent and a child to begin with, which is kind of the dynamic that these Christian marriage types want to create. These hardline roles, and I've seen it in other people's relationships too. Is they infantilize their partners.
But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right in past. Become someone, listen to me, day in and day out, worthy of a wife, no matter the wife. I didn't say the wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not gonna engage anymore. I'm gonna go, I'll get texting that you need, I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
Good. Let's smoke a cigar in front of our pregnant wife.
I'm not trying to.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you. I'm committed to that. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm gonna just
walk the dogs. Put on some gloves.
Yeah, Destiny called this very, very wrong. This was very much a case of someone trying to control. Like, he's sitting there doing nothing. Go walk the dog. Hi, Bubba. You're a good boy. Hey, you're sitting there in the back. He's built a nest on my bed again. Anyway, if it needs to be done, he can do it.
Are you committed enough to get the medication as well? Okay, take that in.
So you take that, and you take his divorce announcement that he did a couple weeks back about him not accepting the concept of no-fault divorce, which is probably going to end up on the conservative chopping block, or at least they're going to try to put it on the conservative chopping block very soon, is getting rid of the concept of no-fault divorce, which is amongst the other disasters we have seen in the last couple of years, going to be a massive disaster for people. I'll be perfectly frank. The institution of no-fault divorce has made possible a whole slew of things that push women towards liberation. The other things that, like, there were a lot of control mechanisms in the past. Like, women couldn't assign out for credit cards, or they could not get loans, and they had a hard time existing on their own. They were assumed to exist under the auspices of a man in a marriage. And there's also no very easy way to get divorced. So you saw a whole bunch of couples, probably in my grandparents' generation more than anything, who stayed together out of inertia and probably would have been much happier apart. So I don't think that's going to necessarily be a great system to return to, because it hasn't really worked in the past. You saw a whole bunch of miserable people, whole bunch of suicides. Didn't have to happen. So hopefully none of that succeeds, but we shall see. At any rate, when do we start this proper?
Yes.
I'm already joined there. I guess we wait.
Anyway, let's get on to this, which is going to be the main attraction. I didn't actually watch it the day of, so I heard it's probably going to be a shit show. More on Lab's part than anyone else.
Hello.
Hey! You're slightly later than me. That means I win.
Slightly later? What do you mean?
Well, I was waiting for you backstage.
I was just saying hi to my audience. I wasn't.
Oh, I see.
Like,
So
it's
you
still
were.
before 6. And thank you for the sub, Sleeve T Rocks. I really appreciate you.
You're double dipping. You're trying to be an entertainer and a host at the same time. It's cheating.
It is what it is. Do we get to see you today, Sunday?
Oh, right, the thing I have to do. 1 sec.
Yes. Also, let me DM Lav and make sure that she was good this morning. We'll see if she's still good.
That sounds swell. Okay, so I think I need to be in here. I need to pull that. Why is that gone? Oh, went down here though for some reason. Okay, it's all making sense now. Then I go.
Okay. Yeah. We'll do the technical stuff. Oh, there we go. We can see you. We can hear you. Beautiful. Oh, she's trying to figure it out. Okay, top of my server.
We'll see.
Oh, she's in the. Okay. You know what? That's.
The best part of these is
Okay,
always
excellent.
technical
Yeah.
issues.
Hi.
I have to pee pee. I have to pee pee. I have to pee pee.
Give me 1 second. I gotta turn you up. It's hard to hear you.
There we go. That works.
Okay. Try again. Oh, did she say she had to pee or something, or?
I think that was her opening statement, actually.
I doubt it. Okay, so yeah, she'll be back in a second, gang. But yeah, so we are, we're here, we're ready. I'll wait for her to get back before I give the kind of the format and that. But once she's here, oh,
Hi.
speak of the devil, hello.
Hi.
No beret today?
No beret. Should I incorporate that into my
You know what? I think
persona?
yes. Honestly, yes. Unequivocally, yes. That was costuming is important for the job. I got my iconic hood on today. Okay.
That's true. That's true. Maybe I should. It used to be knee socks, so.
I have my spray-on artificial hair.
Nice, nice, nice.
Okay. Well, first of all, welcome to both of you. Thank you for agreeing to do this.
Yeah, lest anyone have any confusion about this. This is all Wick's fault.
Oh yeah, I invited them both to be here, so this is on me. I am responsible for whatever happens. So today we're gonna have just a.
The trouble with this is I having been on Wick's show once, I actually kind of like him. I think he is a milquetoast if he tightened up his presentation a little bit, or more rather tightened up his topics. I think he'd make a very effective panel show. But he tries to just his topics that he picks almost always cater to this wide range of groups. Like I did the Second Amendment one, and we ran all over the goddamn place in that discussion. So a little bit tighter control might be better of show topics and in the middle of the show, I think.
A discussion about what is a woman. It's a broad topic. I'm sure we'll get into other areas of it. But just some ground rules here. We are going to stick mainly on topic. It can get a little tangential.
Hey Cal, how's it going?
But we're not going to go towards outside dramas or anything like that. That's not the purpose of what we're doing today.
Coward.
No slurs, nothing tossed. That's nothing that's going to get me demonetized. But other than that,
What are we on? Are we on Twitch?
we are on Twitch and YouTube right now.
Okay. Twitch is really weird about gender topics, so you might wanna just single stream.
I understand. I accept the risk. Just no slurs is what I'm asking, right? So no, don't drop the T slur, the F slur, none of that. Okay.
Sure, I got banned for 2 weeks for saying that I don't think a trans woman is a woman, though, and that's the whole debate. So
Is it?
you
I
might
believe
wanna be
the
careful.
debate by your request is what is a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I wanted it to be our trans women. That was your choice. I agree. It's a better title, but
we'll get into it. We'll get into it.
We're gonna debate the title first.
Yeah. But yeah. Sorry. Give me a moment. Welcome, one and all, to WhickTV, cross-ideological platform where we bring together people with
Ooh, spoilers.
opposing viewpoints, and we discuss topics from the political, to the cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, the question is, what is a woman? We're going to allow both of these individuals brief opening statements, and then we're just going to get into it. And with that, on with the show. First of all, any questions before we begin? Any other things that you guys want to know? Any questions about format?
Yeah, define brief. I don't think we agreed on a time, but I anticipate I'll need about between 5 and 10 minutes.
For your opening statement?
Yeah. Heady topic.
Sunday, no. Pith. You want pithy opening statements. Nice, short, sweet, punchy.
Oh, no.
I sent it to you in advance.
I
sent it to you in advance. You approved it.
Yeah, but that's not 5 minutes. If it takes you 5 minutes to read that, something has gone wrong.
I'll read quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh God. Okay, fine. We'll start with you, and then we'll allow Femoy to go.
No,
okay.
I think Lav should go first.
You can think whatever you want.
I think it's unfair to Lav to make her wait through my opening statement. Let me poison the well.
Go first.
All right.
Start us off.
Very well. First
Come
of
on,
all,
King. You got this.
What is
Go
a
ahead.
woman? Ladies first.
touche. Thank you, Lav, for not ducking out. Thank you, Wick, for making me.
That was a nice little underhanded blow there.
To begin, I want to highlight that even the very framing of this debate, as Lav predicted, is conceptually fraught. The question we are supposedly debating tonight is, what is a woman? I take this question to mean what is it that the word woman identifies? A sex, a gender, a set of bodily characteristics, a social role? If we proceed etymologically, the word woman as we pronounce it today comes from the Old English word wifman, I think I'm pronouncing that right, literally wife, man, or female servant. We of course refer to the male in heterosexual relationships as either simply the man or husband, meaning quite literally the master of the house. You can already see the problem with the question, what is a woman, in that it comes to us not as a simple designator of a visual archetype, a human possessing breasts and a vulva as opposed to a penis and testes, but with heterosexuality baked in. The word woman is a modification of man, taken to be a sort of universal person to whom she is but secondary and created as a help, as in the biblical account of Eve's creation. If woman means anything beyond a particular social context, one in which one's place within a rigidly heterosexual system is constitutive of one's identity, then it cannot bear any relation to this. We should not like to say outside of heterosexual patriarchal culture that women as a category do not exist. By woman, we want to identify something more universal as man in the aforementioned etymological account. Something that can describe a type of person present within all cultures, both patriarchal, matriarchal, heteronormative, and those that recognize a wider array of social roles and sexualities. Where to find this universal type? I argue that there isn't one, but let's run down the list. As the account just given indicates, it is not to be found in some common experience, because no common experience exists. Experience varies widely across cultures and individuals. Even with the example just given, not even women under heteropatriarchal models were understood straightforwardly. Aristotle's account of men and women as sharing the same essence yet differing as an accident of matter springs to mind. It is also therefore not to be found in a performative social role as Judith Butler understands it, since woman does not describe a universal category. It quite simply is the performance of a specific role within or derived from a specifically heterosexual and patriarchal linguistic structure that only recognizes woman by opposition to man and retroactively treats sex as the immutable cause of the characteristics this heterosexual frame imposes on subjects. Excuse me. Nor is it to be found in a type of body. Not only do amputees, people with birth defects, and hermaphrodites exist in our world, there is, for instance, a condition called Klinefelter syndrome, in which cis men with penises, testes, no ovaries, and no breasts.
We have gone over the edge in this opening statement. Pith. This is not pithy. Pith. What is a woman? This is a problematic definition. There is no universal definition of characteristics that define a woman. Go.
Nonetheless have two X chromosomes. There are likewise cis women with both X and Y chromosomes who have breasts, vulvas, and ovaries. This may happen to girls with androgen sensitivity syndrome. And thus woman as a universal category is not even to be found in sex, which is itself gendered by a hegemonic heterosexuality, which insists that binary sex is what governs behavior. Woman is an identity constructed within a very specific heteronormative framework. However, constructed does not mean invalid or less real. It simply emphasizes that one's identity is as much a part of one's contingent situation as one's location in time and space. Trans women, therefore, are women. All gender may be an unnatural artifice, but then so are we. Thus, if someone is so constituted that their identity is that of a man or a woman, even against the pressures of an enforced heteronormativity and heterosexuality which wants to conflate sex, gender, and desire altogether, so that not only physical characteristics but sexual orientations become associated with one gender or the other within a binary, as for instance in the psychological theory of Richard von Krafft-Ebing, who described homosexual men as having their object of sexual desire inverted from that appropriate to men, then if the shoe fits, wear it. Thank you.
Okay.
And
Wow.
the shoe is a high.
I would have kept maybe 3 sentences out of that in total. Pith.
You cut out there, but I'm sure what you said was very funny.
It was a high heel, I assume. Right?
The shoe is a high heel.
You mean the form of footwear traditionally associated with the male members of the European royalty?
Yeah. That was a little long-winded, buddy. Anyway,
That's how I roll.
So, I think, and I'm here to say that a woman is
First
an adult
questionable
female,
statement.
an adult human female. A female is the sex that holds the larger sex gamete. Feminists and women have fought for women to remain a protected sex class, a material reality and not an idea or postmodernist, post-constructuralism construct. I suspect this.
What was that? A post-constructionalist construct.
Debate will go a few places in terms of rhetoric, and we will talk about gender and its relation to the sex body. Gender identity definitions are completely circular or reliant on gender-based stereotypes. I want to decimate gender roles, obviously. Men have attributed to themselves the prototype of what it means to be human, positioning women as their inferior. Women as a gender is a role that revolves around masochism, self-hatred, passivity. I resent I am to be seen as fragile, submissive, pink, and ditzy as a woman. I resent that I must be a hole for fucking, a mouth for fucking, and an ass for fucking, a nurse, a saint, a mother, an object, that my hair has to be long, my legs shaved, my eyelashes always at the feminine length, even when I am sick, even when I am dying to be a woman. I will not be pushed into these things to affirm my spot in my own sex class or protected class, and when a male does these things, it should not give him access to my bathroom, my sports, my prisons, my crisis centers, my affirmative action opportunities, and my body in a medical setting, and the right to call himself a woman in anything other than fictitious play pretend. I'm arguing as a feminist.
Fictitious play pretend. That's just rhetorical strategy for sure.
Is about the liberation of the female sex. I resent the idea women are defined by their performance of femininity, or that sex-based oppression is entirely hypothetical and women can identify out of experiencing it, and that men can identify into experiencing it.
Okay, and with that, I guess we'll open it up.
Okay, I'm very confused already. It sounds like she wants to destroy gender roles, but then at the same time preserve them as a matter of I'm not crazy. She said that I want to destroy gender roles, but then she said I want to. Feminists have fought to preserve it, and I'm arguing as a feminist. They fought to preserve women as a protected class. Which are we doing? Oh God, this is going to be a long day.
I will start with a question, if I may, to both of you. And this is something that President Sunday mentioned in his opening statement. I'm curious if you agree, Lav. He said that there is no such thing as a shared female or woman experience. Do we think that's true?
No.
Why not? Can you elaborate a little bit?
I think all things that women share, that they are male. So it's the biological reality of being female.
I didn't. Can you restate? I didn't catch that last thing. What did you say exactly?
The biological reality of being female.
Of being female. Sorry, I just heard the biological reality of male. Your audio is just dipping a little bit from time to time. Just so you're aware.
That's really annoying. Is that a me problem? Are you hearing that also, Wick?
Time to time, it's a little bit, right? But I can understand what you're saying.
Speaking of which, I tried to fix our audio here. Let me know if it's coming out clear.
Maybe I'll just hold it here.
Whatever you need to do.
I don't know what I need to do. But yeah, I think we all share the biological reality of being female, and then obviously that has different connotations, denotations, depending on the person.
But wait. If it's a universal experience, but it shares different connotations depending on the person, then it's not a universal experience. It is, in fact, different depending on who you are, which means there is no universal experience of being a woman, which means that Sunday would have been correct and you agree with Sunday, except you don't agree with Sunday because we are going to be here for another 2 hours.
Oh, okay. My favorite part of that response is how it completely ignores the very concrete example I gave, wherein the very word woman itself, think about it for 5 seconds. It's a derivation from man. Man does not contain any such prefix. We are presuming a heterosexual patriarchal situation in order to define woman even as a discrete category in that way. That's not universal. Even if it were the case that at some point in time that described every single society in existence, we can imagine very easily societies in which that doesn't uphold. We would not therefore say,
More to the point, it doesn't describe every single society in existence. Like, there are societies in which being a woman is a radically different experience than being a woman just in a neighboring society. Like, you're so, like, take an example. Women in the early period of the French Revolution saw a massive expansion of rights under the revolutionary government. And those rights were contracted dramatically when Napoleon took power and felt it necessary to do so. So your experience being a woman is no longer universal from what it was in the same place a year ago in a given time. Taking women in America after Dobbs passed. Your experience being a woman is not the same there as it was beforehand. Like, it's subject to change. Like, there's no universal experience. Is a weird thing. She's talking in circles.
there's no common experience there at all. What you're describing is a very particular cultural contingency, and you're simply asserting that it's universal.
It's the material reality of being female.
But the material reality of being female is contingent on time and place.
Like, material conditions are fixed to when they are occurring.
Other things, even within a single time and place, there will be women who are lesbian. There will be women who are amputees. There will be hermaphrodites.
There will be. They are still female.
Which means what precisely?
Which means that you are the sex that holds the stationary larger. You are capable of.
Not necessarily. Like, I don't think balancing your argument on biology is a good idea, because you will find intersexuality is a huge challenge to that. Huge challenge. Like, intersexuality exists, and that pretty much shoots down this dysfunctional argument at all times.
Creating a child within your womb.
There are women without wombs.
Yes, but it's because of a disease that affects their female.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You're defining Lav. But Lav, that doesn't work. You're defining the female by reference to an organ. If the organ isn't present, that doesn't work. You can't just insist after the fact, after the organ's gone, it's still female.
It's of the nature to. It's the capability. Being able to hold the female. I mean, being the sex that creates the larger female sex.
Okay, but what is the sex then? How are you distinguishing these? The sex is
reproduction.
But it is not simply the case, first of all, that there are only two sexes along those lines, because there are once again people we will both describe as women who do not produce larger gametes, and there are hermaphrodites.
But they are still of the nature to produce larger gametes.
What do you mean by of the nature to produce larger gametes? Nature has not supplied them with the tools to produce larger gametes.
So are you saying that male and female doesn't?
Wait. How do we how do we define nature at this point? Like, because we have cases in nature of people who do not fit into this mold, but okay, let me so the entire point of intersexuality, like what the revelation it comes down to, is that intersexuality is not a single condition. It is a spectrum of conditions that do not conform within the binary that we've created, which very much means if the binary is not necessarily useful in the way we think it is. Like a certain amount of chromosomes and secondary and primary sex characteristics, and you are perceived as a man, and a certain amount of chromosomes and primary, secondary sex characteristics and perceived as a woman. The problem here is that Lav is ascribing to someone a characteristic, namely the ability to bear children and reproduce, that is not necessarily shared by everyone who is identified as or would identify as a woman. So there's a huge subset of people that are suddenly left out of her definition of a woman. Also, it's not very feminist to begin with. Yes, but exactly, it's not feminist. It's ouch. We really should have brought Emily for this conversation.
Didn't exist because they were aberrations.
No, I'm saying male and female are genders.
So male and female, you are arguing are genders in one sex space.
Yep.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Absolutely. So when we identify organs and cells and chromosomes and things of that sort as being those that are of the substance of femaleness, we are not actually discerning femaleness in those cells. We are registering that people who approximate to the cultural image of a woman, which is culturally contingent, obviously, typically bear these characteristics. Case in point, the situation of cis men who have two X chromosomes and cis women who have an X and a Y chromosome. These are not determinative of gender, clearly. And yet we associate these as being the sex chromosomes.
Are you using gender and sex interchangeably?
I think this is Mendel's and his Punnett square's fault. You know, remember if you did basic biology, that basic genetics class in school where they gave the Punnett squares, and then you had to figure out what the percentage chance of something happening was, and they were like really simple, and that's the only thing that most people ever touched in biology. I think this is Mendel's fault.
Yeah, but in a different direction from you. So you're going to argue with an essentialist understanding of sex that gender is to sex as sex is to nature. I'm going to argue that sex itself is gender at a different level of remove, because it is actually identified by reference to gender profiles. Case in point, we did not have an understanding of these biological factors when we identified the sexes.
But we knew that there were two. We knew that there was a smaller, weaker sex.
No, we didn't. There have been hermaphrodites since antiquity.
That was not the general. That was not the standard.
The standard doesn't matter. If you're making a universal claim, it needs to be universal. Okay. A universal claim doesn't admit of myriad exceptions. I've just listed a list.
I want to hear Lav's response to this. I'm very curious. What would you say to all of that? Go ahead.
I am a gender atheist. I think that gender is a completely post-structuralist understanding of the sexes. I think that it's based in stereotypes and immaterial reality.
What? Okay, I want to unpack this for a moment. An atheist does not believe, however you phrase it, does not believe in the existence of divine beings. So she's trying to say that she does not believe in the existence of gender. Except she clearly believes in the existence of gender because we have just been arguing about it for 19 minutes. none of those words are supposed to go together in any kind of way that makes coherent sense. Like a gender atheist would not feel the need. Like, if you believe that gender did not exist, you would not feel the need. Like, why would we have this conversation? If you didn't believe that gender existed, it would be a classification which one could move fluidly between, which some people do. Uh, and and more to the point, if you believe that gender doesn't exist, then why in your opening statement did you say you want to destroy gender? What need is there to destroy something that doesn't exist? I don't I why would you virulently, and more to the point, like, I've seen her Twitter posts. She very clearly does think that gender exists. She has gone on multiple rants about the terribleness of men. And if men are terrible, how can we define them as men if gender doesn't exist? Okay, let's keep going.
I think that it's a list of oppressive roles that we keep the sexes in. There is no evidence of gender identity in the brain. We've tried to test it. We can't empirically trace it. Throughout the early 19th century is when people started, or when doctors or sexologists started to study these things, and still we have no evidence of gender identity in the brain. We can't really identify what even gender means definitionally. In fact, I would actually really like President Sunday to give me a definition of gender, with the caveat that it is not describing stereotype, or
Hey, Bluestone.
it is not a circular definition. So you can't use gender in the first half and the second half.
What do you suppose gender is? What do you think it refers to? What part of culture or human experience is it picking up?
I'm almost positive I just described. I'm almost positive.
I'm sure you are, but maybe...
No, you just described what you think gender is not. You just described that you think gender is not extant. So, I don't think you've really described what you think gender is. More to the point, if you just describe that gender doesn't exist in the form of it being a I don't even like the gender atheist. I feel dirty repeating that.
Maybe say it again for those of us who are a little bit slow. What do you suppose the word gender is picking out in particular? Why do you suppose we use that and not simply biological sex?
Well, there are actually a couple reasons. So I think that one is
not nearly Grammar Kami as extently familiar with it as someone like Emily would be. She 9 times out of 10 when I have to get back on feminist theory, I have to go ask someone. This is because it's not my field, even remotely.
Is it in the 1970s, post-structuralist, postmodernist feminists tried to assert that females were not becoming housewives because they wanted to, but it was something that was pushed on them. It was not something that was biologically essential, but
that describes you, does it not?
But something that was.
But that describes your position, does it not?
What do you mean?
You don't believe that women are biologically predisposed to be housewives?
Yes, I know.
Well, okay.
So why are you excluding? Why are you excluding yourself from that definition? I don't understand. Why would we do this? It doesn't make sense.
Maybe you can understand my confusion then.
Do you understand her definition though?
Well,
Gender?
I'm given to understand that gender as a concept is absurd, but it directly stems from feminist efforts to distinguish between,
To separate.
to undermine biological determinism. The idea that your anatomy is in some way determinate of your social role.
Yes, and it was supposed to be just it's constructualism, right?
You know what that
it's
means?
all of this. Yes, I know what this means. It
Maybe.
means that words
Well,
words-
look. I'm very dim, which is
means
why I
more
accepted
than-
this debate. Maybe you can help me. Explain for me,
It
please.
means
I'm
it
lost.
means more. It means that that there are two things determining our reaction. That words and also biology, right? So, or not biology, but just experience, your material reality, right?
That's not what
You look very
constructionalism means.
confused.
I am
are you
indeed.
not grasping the concept?
No, I don't think you're grasping the
I'm not
concept,
entirely
Lav.
certain what I'm grasping. So you just confused biology and experience. I'm a little bit perplexed.
That is a very fair reaction.
Well, you don't think that sex is real, so I don't know what happened.
I don't think
Well,
that's what
I
said.
think. Well, hang on. I think gender is real. If I'm describing linguistic
so
and
you
cultural
are
systems,
a
I'm
Judith
describing things that
Butler-
are real.
So you take the Judith Butler approach in which you don't take into account material reality in your post-structuralist.
Judith Butler
are the reality.
Judith Butler is specifically concerned with material reality. How we partition it, how we
I don't
understand
think
one
that you've
part from
ever
being
read a
distinct from
Judith
another
Butler
part.
book. Judith Butler is a post-structuralist, postmodernist. You did not read
Let me
that book. You did not read that book.
I don't think you understand what a postmodernist is or what a structuralist is. First of all, when we're talking about a structuralist, we're talking about somebody who understands concepts as being both produced and constrained by linguistic systems. They're not denying the existence of anything materially. They're saying that the labels we apply to things in the world make sense by reference to other things within a closed system of language.
You believe that gender exists over sex, which is sex's material reality. Gender
No, sex is not material reality. Like I don't understand this partition she's trying to make. This is not a sensible thing to say. Like,
the question does not concern.
Let me
Hang on, can I answer this very quickly and then I'll let you interject?
Yeah, quickly.
Sure. The question.
I want to get us on a share.
I understand. So the question is not about whether or not, for example, you require certain sets of organs or certain cells to reproduce. The question is, how do we understand these as constituting specific human types? And this is always going to be social. Case in point, even if we take a sex determinative stance, where sex is what defines your social role, in the absence of the opposite sex, that has no meaning. So if you're on a desert island, if sex is determinative of gender, by dint of its reproductive function, but only by treating female as some kind of immutable magical substance that is conferred by a specific set of organelles or a culture's association of those with other things. So when you say still a female, you revert as soon as I say, well, hang on, there are women who lack these reproductive functions.
I did not revert at all.
Well, what I was going to say,
someone is still a female.
What I was going to say is that you revert from treating females being defined by having these.
okay, are we live again? Tell me we're live again. Hello? Hello? No, we are not there yet. Okay. Okay, excellent. What does it look like here? No, it looks horrible here. You know what happened? You know what happened? I was thinking to myself, wow, the connection's working really well today. And then, like, not but 5 seconds later. Let's check just to be sure. All right, let's continue. Lav broke the stream with this logic line.
Perceiving that they ought to have.
Yeah, we're talking about labels, Slav.
Is very.
Here's a question. Here's a question for you. Do you think
in every reproductive
question.
system for all mammals in which we are have counterparts for sexual reproduction. They have reproductive roles.
No, mammals are a social construct. We are all reptiles. So Lav, do you believe that man and woman?
Just real quick, Seda, you're gonna have to let her at least finish her thought.
Fool of a
Okay,
kid.
I get it, right? You want to jump in, hit that buzzer, but you gotta let her at least finish her thought before we get in there. Just for the sake of conversation. Is that okay?
I would appreciate it
where
if
this
Lav
is
would
going.
finish her
I
thought
don't know.
before
but
she said it out
I
loud.
want to ask you a question as
Oh,
soon as she's done answering.
well,
So
fine then.
finish, Lav, and then I will ask you a question.
He always knows how to butter me up.
I sort of forgot what I was saying. But yeah, sex explains our biological role, right? It explains the two types of human there can be in order to reproduce. It is not a construct. There is a female and there is a male. There are aberrations in which genes get mixed up, and there are certainly what we would call mistakes.
Did she just call a substantial portion of the population mistakes? Oh, let's for funsies. %. 1.7% of a couple billion people. $7.8 billion people. Okay. Boy, she seems nice.
Right? Or like I said, aberrations. But that is not the general. We know that in order to reproduce, there is a female and there is a mate.
You think?
So,
Okay.
no,
carry on. Wick.
No, I do have a question for you.
I agreed.
Back and forth.
No. After you.
So we heard her definition of gender. I'm curious as to yours. She did ask you, and I don't know if you ever answered it. And just for the sake of the class,
You retreated. Talking about my retreat.
It depends on frame of reference.
Gender is a river in which we all flow.
So, as a constructivist who is analyzing the history of the use of gender, they're going to take a different stance, for example, from somebody who's embedded within a specific culture, where there's sort of a natural attitude towards gender is like being simply sex A or sex B. So my understanding of gender, I do in fact take largely from Butler. My understanding of gender is that gender is precisely that, understood from the outside. So it's a social role that is enforced and produced by a certain linguistic system. That's sort of, so in our discourse, for example, when we talk about people as kinds, we refer to men and women as oppositions to each other. And we understand ourselves as we identify ourselves both internally and with respect to other people. I'm a guy who, stuff like that, right? Even the Joker is like, look, I'm a man of simple tastes. It's sort of like discreetly in the back there. Now, my position, contra the natural attitude, is not that this is simply identifiable as sex. I think this is precisely what I've just described. It's a role understood within sort of a social matrix, sort of like a language system in which we understand things. Based off, what do you mean based off of what? Based off of practice, how people talk to each other. How people regard each other, how people identify themselves against other people.
So you are
I am a gender. What?
You are an essentialist.
No. No, I deny the existence of an essential gender. However, you can understand a system that treats of an essential gender, recognize that it still produces people who do legitimately identify. Hang on, recognize that it does produce people who legitimately identify with respect to those genders, and then treat those identities as what they are. They're still identities. They're still valid within that system, and you can still respect them as human beings when they self-avow that identity.
So, what do you call a drag queen that does not?
A drag queen is very specifically.
I call them fabulous.
Somebody who is playing with the rules of a system and subverting them while also referencing them. So, for example,
so is a trans woman by that measure?
No, a trans woman is not playing with those. A trans woman is actually performing the role of a woman. They are
a trans woman is actualizing those.
They're also breaking down. They're also breaking
the role of a woman.
They're
and
also
being a
breaking.
Woman are not the same thing.
They are precisely the same thing. Even
no. Trans women and drag queens are two very different things. So I'm probably going to stick my foot in my mouth here. But my general understanding from talking to, I have a friend who's a drag performer, and my general understanding is that it is a personality, like a performance, like a whole different thing, like a character. That's the word I'm looking for, character. That the person inhabits for the length of the performance, and then they stop, and then they're not in character. And more to the point, I have known performers who are who perform in drag to have different characters. So like they're not necessarily the same person. From show to show. Where a trans person is claiming a particular identity and laying stake to it. Like that's a wildly and dramatically different thing. And more to the point, that there's an entire history of how drag has emerged and how it came out, and what it is very fundamental to the concept of these societal gender roles. No, Lav, that's not correct.
Even if we take a biologically essentialist route as you have, you were specifically talking about performing a function with respect to a certain task.
Does not exist.
Just real quick, Lav, you gotta let him actually, because I'm curious too. Like, how are they? What is the difference? And I want to hear this answer, so please don't interrupt him.
Between what?
What is the difference for when it comes? What roles are they performing? Right? Can you explain?
Oh, what roles are women in particular performing?
Trans women in particular.
Well, that's
how is that different than drag queens?
Oh God,
yeah.
This is easy.
So localizing it to our culture, because this is always culturally contingent. A trans. What was that sound? I heard something.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
A trans woman is somebody who identifies as a woman in a heteronormative, heterosexual culture that instinctively associates womanness with having specific body parts and being like a specific configuration.
No, it's not stereotypes. Oh, so Sunday should have led with the drag queen as a character, because it's a lot easier to separate the two from there.
Stereotypes. Well, actually, not too far from the mark.
Yeah.
That being the case, they simultaneously break that system a little bit, but they're also conditioned by it. They do identify by its terms. So the system is not that effective in terms of actually like creating the appropriate subjects.
Where are we
for
going,
it.
Sunday?
But am I making sense to you, Wick? Does that
No, I'm getting it now, but I'm curious now. So that now that we have that established, what you think here, I'm curious what Lav would say to that, right? So his definition of gender.
Look, I feel like Lav is not in a very good position if I am equipped to poke holes in our arguments. That's the feeling I'm getting here.
Gender. What do you think? Is it on? Is it off? What's your thoughts here?
I think if you're a progressive, if you identify as a progressive, you would want to decimate a gender role, right? Because if
Why would you decimate a gender role if gender doesn't exist? I am 30 minutes into this conversation and I have no clue what Lav's positions are.
you know, if these things, if performing this social role makes you a woman, certainly there's a way that you could identify
Oh, I see what's
out
going
of
on.
it.
I see what your problem is. You don't understand performativity. You think performativity is
I
somebody
understand
puts on a dress.
performativity theory.
Can you clarify for me?
Performativity theory?
Yeah, can you explain it to me, please?
Sure. That literally, yeah. When you are performing,
You're hang on. Pause for a sec. You're cutting out again. Give it a second before you answer.
This entire section right here looks almost to me like Lav is that kid in class who's just like, define burger. Well, a burger is a hamburger is a hamburger, you know, like a burger.
Answer. Try now. Sorry. I want to be able to hear you.
So, Judith Butler's theory would explain that if people see you as, like, if you are seen as a woman, then that is the reality. Then the internalized, or the way that you view something would make it to be so.
No, I'm so sorry. That's incorrect. So performativity.
That's not incorrect.
That is quite incorrect, I'm afraid to say. Do you want me to explain performativity for you?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so performativity
Oh my God,
is the
she
idea
is Googling it. Oh God.
within a certain cultural setting, with its linguistic structures and things like that, you could think of it as like the world of a video game almost. It's all simulated. There are processes that emerge within that.
Gender performativity posits that gender is made up of acts that mark a person as man or woman.
This is true,
and it is through the repetition of those gender acts that the illusion of stable gender identity is created,
this is true, yeah.
Which I just gave an example of.
Well, not exactly, because how you described it is of an agent choosing to act out a
Gender,
role.
this is what Judith Butler
choosing
says
to act out a role. Choosing to act out a role.
In her book, Judith Butler says gender reality is performative, which means quite simply that it is real only to the extent that it is performed. Right?
In this
sense, if someone would see you as a woman, then that is real because that is what they are perceiving.
I've got a paragraph to read for you.
Correct.
I've got a paragraph to read for you. In this sense, gender is not a noun, but neither is it a set of free-floating attributes, for we have seen that the substantive effect of gender is performatively produced and compelled by the regulatory practices of gender coherence. Hence, within the inherited discourse of the metaphysics of substance, gender proves to be performative, that is, constituting the identity it is purported to be. In this sense, gender is always a doing, though not a doing, here's the important part, by a subject who might be said to pre-exist the deed. So the subject's self-understanding is also conditioned by the linguistic framework in which it's operating.
Maybe this
so before here very quickly. So what Judith Butler is going to be highlighting over against someone like Simone de Beauvoir, actually not over against, actually consistent with what Judith Butler is highlighting.
No.
When Simone de Beauvoir says that one is not a woman, one becomes a woman.
Lav femoid. At the moment, I suspect. That's actually an interesting point in and of itself. She chose a different name, which has to have some bearing on this conversation. At a certain point too, just because you would think that a name seems to be a very essential quality to a person, and she just picks a different one to go by. We all do, which kind of really shoots her argument in the foot. She looks like Harry Potter. You're a turf, Harry.
What is the one?
That is completely. Simone de Beauvoir is taken out of context so frequently, it actually gets.
Why don't you clarify Okay, elaborate, please.
Simone de Beauvoir says in her book.
Okay, this is gonna be good because I've actually read some of the second sex.
That one is not born a woman, one becomes one.
Yes.
What she's saying is that
what is the one? What gender is the one?
A female. She's saying a female is put through the meat grinder.
No, she's not.
No, she's not saying that.
If you read any of her books, she talks about sex-based oppression and how gender is enforced on a woman so that when she is born, we know instantly what type she is, and then she's put through the meat grinder of things that are imposed on her, and she
Yeah,
comes out of
that's
a
gender.
woman.
That's gender. Well done. You've
And she
located in the
comes
world.
out of it a
You
woman.
made a novel contribution to
She
science.
was not saying that males can be women. Judith
There's
Butler
nothing.
is
There's
saying
nothing. There's
that
nothing
males can
about.
be women.
There's nothing.
Judith
There's
Butler
nothing
is
about.
males
There's
can
nothing
be women
about. There's
because
nothing
she's
about.
saying the only thing that
There's
exists is
nothing
perception.
about. There's nothing
Judith
about.
Butler argues the
Madam,
only thing that exists is
There's
perception,
nothing. I need
and
it like that way.
reality
There's nothing
is
about.
not reality.
Reality is
You're
not. Reality is not real. What? You lost me. Say it again.
Yeah, if you weren't talking over me, you could have listened a little better, I bet.
I could have.
Judith Butler asserts that reality is in perception.
Do you believe reality is non-perception? Where do you find reality?
I believe that there are.
Reality is the bottom of a well at this point, being drowned furiously by Lav. Well, fortunately, Alice, Lav is not in the position to make policy decisions yet. And I completely understand. I completely understand the thing. I have a very difficult time with these debates in the first place, because it seems incredibly difficult to me to spend so much energy on this. Yeah, the other thing I would consider, Alice, is you could probably convince Lav that a prison is a line in a room that you cannot cross by using the words material reality. In material reality, this is actually a prison. Just draw a chalk outline of a prison, and you're probably good.
You believe, Miss Atheist? You believe on what basis?
See, Wick is justifiably confused here. Wick is justifiably confused here when President Sunday is trying to reference Lav's beliefs, because Lav's beliefs have been somewhat amorphous this entire conversation. So, like, where are we? We don't know.
On the basis of your perception, obviously.
We can empirically.
What is empiricism, Lav? It's using your senses to confirm patterns of tests. You say, look, we've tested this here. We've used our senses. We've determined this is the case, and we can do so consistently. That's what empiricism.
Okay, as you can see behind me, the dog is quite insistent. So we're going to take a short 10-minute break, and I am going to be back. Take the dog out. Okay, I am back. As soon as I turn my camera on, I suppose. Thanks for bearing with me, folks.
Empirical testing
Sunday.
is.
Sunday, I've never actually seen a debate of yours, but it's being increasingly clear to me that you just say a lot of words that sound very smart without any real understanding of what you're saying. I can
Well, that's just projecting. Absolutely projecting at this point.
simplify it, and you're jealous of that clearly.
Clearly.
But even if we're not talking about any of this, because we're just going to get in a big rhetorical battle, and it's going to be super boring, and neither of us, like, you're just going to be retarded, and I'm just going to be trying to take you out of it. I want you to, in your framework, to explain how a butch woman who is not a mother, a butch female, sorry, you don't even understand female. A butch female is a woman who is not hold on. A butch female who does not have children, who does not wear makeup, who could even be mistaken as a male, but calls herself a woman. Explain how that in your framework can be true, and also that a male identifying with femininity can be a woman.
What is that question?
Becomes a woman is completely permissive of a person with a penis and testes, etc., being raised and conditioned to identify and perform the role of a woman. There's
well,
no
let's say a
contradiction
female,
there.
but let's say a female does not perform that role. Is she not then a woman?
Well, I mean, you're thinking of performativity.
It would come down to self-ID.
The reason why
it would come down to self-identification.
Well, no. This is why I was going to say you actually don't
let
understand
people
performativity.
finish.
Because if you actually read, for example, if you actually read, for example, I'm being acutely on the point. Have you read Judith Butler's Bodies That Matter?
I haven't read Bodies That Matter.
Have you read Gender Trouble?
Yes.
Really? In your conversation with Boots, you said you didn't. You're a fast reader, faster than me. See, I bought that book that
that's
day.
Not true. I said that I have not read everything about Judith Butler. I did say that I read one Judith Butler book. And
no, I'm pretty sure the entire debate was you actually defending the notion that you were able to understand Judith Butler by reference to other things written by other people. But very quickly, to answer that question, to get back on topic, thank you, Wick, for keeping me in line. That's why I need you.
I don't care about the other debates.
This is why I'm saying you don't understand performativity, because Judith Butler is very clear to specify that in this Lacanian frame, I know you don't know what that means, but in this Lacanian frame, when we are talking about one who performs, we are not talking about someone who, as an agent separate from the world external to it, picks a gender or a sex and wears it like a robe. We are talking about someone who is conditioned as that. Therefore, externally, we understand woman and man.
Sunday, I love you to death, but you can't use the word Lacanian ever. Nothing you've ever said in your life has been laconic.
Man within a particular cultural context as not a performer performing a role, but as precisely the performance of a role. We are talking about it as a doing. This is explicit in Butler. So you simply don't understand the theory, I'm sorry to say. I commend it to you because it will actually inform you very well. If a female does not
perform, if a woman does not perform...
No. It's actually a little bit different than that. It's not if a female doesn't perform. A female is a performance. Case in point. You have to refer to biological functions, to things that things can and do in the world. Do you see?
So you don't believe in the you don't believe in the distinction between female and male.
I do believe in the distinction between female.
Where are you getting these things from? Like Laver's just making shit up. Anytime she wants, she just makes up a thing and rolls off. It's like debating someone who's plopping through a field of wildflowers and picking them at random and going, "This is a bee. This is a hornet. This is a tractor."
Male and male. I think it's culturally contingent. It's an invention. Case in point, Lav, do you believe that man and woman is something given to us by nature? Do you think these are categories given to us by nature?
I know that for an inexplicable reason, there are two sexes which join together and procreate, and you need one and the other.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, do you think man and woman are given by nature?
I'm not going. No, I'm not going
You
to
don't
answer
think
your
they're
question because
you don't think they're given by nature?
man and woman, man is a gender, woman is a gender. Those are constructs. Female and male are
Really?
not.
Why do you
What?
suppose female and male are not? Do we not identify them socially? Are these not labeled things?
We
Just
do
because
identify
something,
them
just because
socially, but
something,
we
just
can
because
also
something, just because
test
the
them.
understanding of a concept is socially constructed doesn't mean it doesn't
I want
connect
her
in
to
some
answer
sense to the world.
Stop, both of you, stop. I want her to answer the question. You asked her a question. I'd like her to answer.
I did already.
I forgot the question.
You asked her. Okay? If male and female are socially constructed, or if they were endowed by nature, if there was something essential about them.
Man and woman.
Thank you.
He said man and woman.
I did.
I understand, but I think
did.
I'm curious, Lav, if you think male and female are constructions or if they are endowed by nature.
I answered. I said, for some inexplicable reason, if we want to talk about religion and what things ought to be in belief systems, what we're going to start talking about is gender, because gender.
I believe that the teapot that orbits between Mars and Jupiter is very angry at Lav right now. Because you're not answering the question.
There is a faith-based argument. What we can observe in males and females
Where
in
does
our reality.
where does religion even come into this? Like, nature does not presuppose an argument of spirituality or religion. You know what I did? / biblically presupposed God.
When we look around us, what is tangible, what we know to be true, is that there are two sexes in males, and that they have to, and that you need a
Who is the we?
sperm and you need an egg to procreate. We have reproductive roles.
All the way.
That is not a construct.
We.
To create a baby, you need a sperm and an egg. That is not a construct. That is reality.
Well, the concepts are constructs. The association of having particular
Great.
gametes
Call it what you want.
and fulfilling
Call
a particular
it what you want.
social role are constructs. These
Yes,
are not
but usually
inevitable.
we have word. Okay, so what would you call someone who carries an egg gamete?
Someone who carries an egg gamete.
Yeah,
I'm
what would you
one
call
of those. I'm one of those birthing people. Queermos, you know.
It's almost like we have a word for that. Female.
We do have we.
But the word is socially constructed. Like, it's not like the word is indelibly built into the fabric of reality. What the hell is this shit?
Birthing person is a construct. It means
you and
nothing.
I, Lav, we have a word for
Birthing
that.
person means nothing.
Lav,
it means nothing.
Well,
What
I mean,
is birth?
it deliberate.
What is birth? Sunday?
What? You can't just dive down the rabbit hole of what do words mean and then pretend that they have indelible meanings.
What is birth?
It's
something that we call the.
What is love, Lav? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. No more.
Expulsion of a child from a woman. What is birth?
I don't think you understand the
This is where
critical
you go.
mistake. I don't think you understand the critical mistake that you've made. You've actually just shot yourself in the foot. You've referred everything to a consensus among us of what these terms mean. You are specifically implicating society and the identity of these factors. You are arguing that sex is a social construct when you do so.
Everything is a social construct.
No, not everything is a social construct. Everything articulated as everything is a social construct. Our concept of everything is socially constructed. I didn't come up with that.
Okay,
I got that from my environment.
Okay, so nothing is real.
That doesn't mean nothing is real. The social constructs themselves are real.
How do we legislate?
They're not just real. They're not just real. You're referring one nominal system to another nominal system. That's immaterial. When something is socially constructed, we are talking about something that is. We are describing something in the world. What we are doing, however, is we are specifying whether its terms are in some sense given from outside the realm of human action and human communication and human thought, or whether they're generated by it. And that's immaterial as to whether or not the outside world from
I
that.
agree with you, but to create legislation, so let's join reality.
Create legislation.
To
But
We are already in reality. This is actually happening, Lav. Wake up, honey. You have to go to school.
legislation is just a nominal. Legislation is a nominal cultural system, Lav. We're not getting closer to reality. We're actually getting farther. Now we're specifying the culture.
You live. You know that episode of.
Wick, can I take
SpongeBob
5
where
seconds and
Squidward-
refill my wine?
Why are we getting into SpongeBob SquarePants?
Go
5
refill your wine. It's okay.
Yay!
You don't need my permission. Okay,
Well,
Lav.
I'll talk to you about it.
Lav
there's
and-
this-
yeah, me and chat.
There's
Go
this
ahead.
there's this episode of SpongeBob where Squidward goes to this like limbo where Noise makes a bunch of like weird squiggles and he's in like a fully white room. It's what talking to President Sunday is like. Nothing is real. We can't identify anything. We can't talk about reality.
You are the only person who's trying to pigeonhole reality into legislation, as if something suddenly doesn't exist because we haven't legislated it. President Sunday is right. We all should have wine.
It's impossible to have a conversation when he's trying to. Anytime you make an appeal to what is tangible, it becomes then non-existent.
Tangibility isn't a good place to be. Are gametes tangible? Can you hold them? You have to be a pretty fucking large gamete. But yeah, that seems pretty apparent. Like I feel like we're gonna get there, Pippa, where she goes, social construct means not real, and that challenges the very nature of being a feminist in the first place, because a feminist is arguing against the social construct of patriarchy, which at this point would be entirely consistent with the inconsistency of Lav.
Unless it's him who's talking about it. It's very silly and funny.
Well, he is, I'm assuming, back now. Are you ready, Sunday, to continue? Okay. So I guess to try to get this back on
That wasn't 5 minutes. I guess time is a
Right.
construct.
Well, he said
It
5
is.
seconds.
It is.
that's 5
Relativity,
minutes
baby.
too. That's
Time is a construct. Lunchtime doubly so.
5 minutes to you, but in actuality, it wasn't 5 minutes because
Oh,
it is a reality.
That was like 20 minutes to me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Interesting.
This conversation is like 7 years to me, so I can completely sympathize.
Mm-hmm.
I wanna hit on oh god, this has gone so many places.
So many physicists in the audience are just so fucking mad right now. Sorry, continue.
I do want to touch on the concept of how we in our culture identify male and female, right? And I want to know from
How broadly, Lav is, I presume, American. How broadly is Wick and Lav, being Americans, culture identical to Canadian culture? I don't necessarily think that holds.
President Sunday's end. Do you think that there is any utility to being able to identify someone as male or female from a biological sense?
Well, I mean, of course there is, but that's going to be with respect to the ends of a community, right? So
but can you give me some examples
no,
of
no.
these utility, just for the sake of discussion?
Well,
so we
sure.
can talk about this.
Sure. So, for example, if you're in like a hunter-gatherer / like foraging society, it's going to be
not of our society today in America.
Oh,
or
is there utility in it?
What is America?
Probably.
Really? We all perceive America.
I'm in.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not all eggs are single cell.
I'm in Canada. I'm not even part of the same.
Yeah, North America. Let's say North America.
What is North? What is?
That's an excellent question, actually, Lav. What is North?
Okay, she's trying to be funny, except any one of you who's ever done military land navigation orienteering is going to know that there is a dramatic difference, sometimes up to 20 to 30 degrees difference between magnetic north and the north that's going to be on your map sheet. Which declination is something that you have to account for when navigating, which is entirely my point. You are getting into this realm of trying to be funny, but that's actually a thing. Magnetic declination and left-right subtract is a thing that anyone who's ever done military land nav will be able to talk to you about, Lav.
But seriously, what is it?
It is just our understanding of this way.
Well, clearly not, because compasses work. What is it?
This is probably not a great subject for either one of them to go by. I can't imagine that Sunday spent an awful lot of time wandering around the woods with a compass looking for trees.
Sunday.
It's not just that. I mean, it is partially that, of course. Like,
Sunday.
we labeled it north. There wasn't... It's not... You know that the globes aren't, like, actually representative, right? It doesn't actually say the North Pole on the planet.
It does. I've been there. There's a thing there that says you are at the North Pole. I haven't actually been there, but that's beside the point.
I don't know. Have you ever been there?
Touche. Anyways, in answer to your question...
Schrodinger's North Pole.
In answer to your question, Wick, I think one of the reasons why gender abolition becomes very attractive in present day is precisely because we've identified that actually we don't really need these gender categories in order, for example, to maintain things like our reproductive needs and so on and so forth. Trans men can, and I mean, it gets a bit more complicated than that even before, if we just stick with the binary. Trans men being trans men doesn't mean they can't carry children. Trans women being trans women doesn't mean that they can't, I mean, sometimes they can't if the surgeries remove the capacity to do so, if they haven't frozen eggs, or they haven't frozen sperm, rather. But trans women being trans women doesn't mean they can't contribute to reproduction either. And non-binary people, of course, reproduce all the time.
But males cannot be pregnant.
Is that a fact?
What we call males
What we call males. I mean, you and I will call male something very differently. Don't bring me into this.
What do you think of, what is a male to you?
I think a male is a...
Mail is a thing that comes in this box carried by a postmaster every day, except Sundays. No post on Sundays.
Gender. If you're talking about like somebody, if you're talking about like the larger or smaller gamete producers, we can make that distinction.
Okay.
But
okay, let me ask Lav the same question because I'm curious your answer. We got yours, Lav.
Yeah.
What is the utility in North America in the culture we exist today to having to being able to identify male and female from a biological perspective? What are some of the utility to that?
Well, I think that there is clear differences between the sexes. Not in any...
The question is not, is there differences between the sexes? The question is, what is utility in identifying them? So why is it advantageous for us to understand that there are differences?
Well, I like to say this, is that 90% of one sex can kill 90% of the other with their bare hands. So we have that. There's a...
What? Okay. To everyone in the audience, you are perfectly capable of inflicting damage irrespective of what gender or sex you are. The same 60 pounds of torque is going to snap my neck that snaps your neck.
Obviously a physical difference in most of the population, and there's obviously distinctions, like a woman can carry a child for 9 months, so she's going to need accommodations for carrying that child. And also we need...
What about a woman who's had a hysterectomy? She can't carry a child for 9 months.
And we also need to accommodate for...
Carrying a child for 9 months is a long time. Maybe we should just go set him down.
Male aggression, because obviously men commit most violent crimes and most sexually violent crimes, and so...
This conversation is a violent crime.
You ever been in a fight with a trans man before? Let me tell you, it's different than you'd expect.
We would then have to... That is still a very small percentage of the population. When we're talking in generalities, how we make laws, it's to protect the general population, so most of it, right? So there are obviously exceptions to the rule.
On one of it.
No, the law is not designed... In reality, the law does not do a good job of this, but the law's intention is to protect everyone.
When we're talking legislation, we're going to need to make some generalizations.
When
right?
you said, just out of curiosity, because you made a statement there, I want to dig in on it a bit, and I'm curious what Sunday would think of this as well. You said male aggression, right? Do you think that that's a biological, essential trait to males, that all males have at least, in general, a greater capacity for aggression? Do you think that's a biological thing?
So, I mean, people are constantly talking about where it stems from. There's definitely a link with higher testosterone.
Oh, you should sit still, Grammar Comedy. There's probably more sarcasm where that came from.
And violence in animals or aggression in every mammal, and certainly so with men.
Yes, but an animal shows aggression for a reason. It's not an inherent characteristic. Like, it's behavioral, which means it is conditioned.
As well, but also...
Which means it's constructed, Lav. So I guess aggression isn't real.
It's definitely socialization as well. We just don't know which is, which the main contributor.
So in a world in which, for whatever reason, maybe some disease or some dietary fad causes all women to have excess testosterone, and then as a result of them all becoming a little bit more aggressive, they socialize each other into being even more aggressive, they would all become men?
No, they would be females with aggression.
I see.
What on earth is she smoking?
Would have to maintain men as a protected sex class, right? Because if they were the ones being predated on, it would make sense to then create legislation to protect them.
Lav, the question that we are debating is, what is a woman? You're referring once again to an additional, like a subculture.
A woman is whatever we legislate a woman to be. That roll of paper towels is now a woman because I've passed a decree. Yeah, testosterone doesn't determine aggressiveness. Aggressiveness is a conditioned behavior. People do it like an animal, like a dog. Avery, if I backed him into a corner and started hitting him, would probably become aggressive. Eventually, I wouldn't do that. Avery's wonderful. An animal becomes aggressive for a reason. A person becomes aggressive because they're conditioned to become aggressive. The entire point of military training is to get people into a headspace in which they can become aggressive in adverse situations. It is a conditioned thing.
Within a subculture on the historical stage.
And curiously, while we're on this discussion, both men and women can be conditioned in such a way to be aggressive.
Law is well, you're the one who chose legislation though as your focal point. Law is nominal. These are things that it's the most literal social construction imaginable, or the most direct social construction imaginable.
And you can live in a reality in which we don't have to make laws to protect each other and to create and to live in a happy...
But this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're not... Unless the point is, unless she's getting at that she wants to legislate as to what a woman is. In which case, good luck. You've seen what people debate on what assault weapons are? Imagine this.
Working society.
You're describing the vast majority.
In the material world.
Are you a material girl, Lav?
Describing the vast majority of human history, Lav. We've only had laws since the Roman Empire.
Sunday.
Yeah.
If I may. So do you not think we need any kind of laws to protect certain gender or sex classes?
Do I not think we need certain laws to protect certain gender?
Where the hell is this coming from?
I mean, clearly we do. We live in a strongly heterosexual, heteronormative, sexist, patriarchal environment in which certain people
were produced. You can call a man a woman if
certain
she
people
just wears lashes.
Well, no, because they're not a woman. They're not a man. They are a woman. They're not wearing lashes because.
And you can be a woman if you are a gender stereotype. If you are performing the gender.
No. If I were to wear big lashes, a bra, and like a big frilly dress, I'd be in drag. I would not be a woman.
So So I knew you were going to do this. So it really is self-determinant on self-ID.
But it's not actually determined.
It's whether or not you believe.
No, you're confused.
You just
the self-ID. No. You are very confused.
The only thing that matters.
I really didn't laugh. I really didn't.
So there's this.
You don't have the cachet for this move. Just trust me. Listen, just hang on one sec. Before we do this, after you do this whole spiel, just trust me. Just trust me, Lav. I'm doing you a favor, okay? We
Yes, giggling. You cannot giggle your way out of this, Lav.
We can do this in a friendly way, or we can do this the Sunday way.
Overlord. Thank you, so masculine man. Thank you for protecting me and my small feminine body.
That's just how Sunday do. When we are talking about somebody in drag, we are talking about somebody who is specifically donning clothing that is discordant with their identity, in a sort of humorous commentary on that.
So identity is what matters.
No, it's a character. It's an act. You know what character is. You are being one right now.
Here's where you're confused. Self-identity concerns.
I am not confused.
Self-identity. If only saying it would make it so. Self-identity concerns whether or not we address people by reference to their avowed identity, or whether we address people by reference to something else. So, for example, if a person identifies as a trans woman, but they're going, as they say, boy mode today, and they're wearing like a hoodie and like the clothing that I'm wearing right now, I would not therefore dispute with them.
Look, if you're wearing a hoodie and a cardigan, I have several. I have several fashion complaints for you.
On the grounds that they are not presenting as the stereotype of a woman. Self-ID is concerned with how we relate to one another in terms of levels of respect. However, in terms of what makes somebody a woman, that's not self-ID in the sense, once again, to return to performativity, which you tragically misunderstand. Had you read like 15 pages of Butler, you would know this. She is very specific that performativity does not refer to a self separate from the world, picking and choosing gender and sex designations, which are of the same category, as she argues very effectively, as if they were like a form of dress-up. Instead, they are themselves produced in both the performing of their society and their performing of a role. They are themselves constituted by the linguistic matrix in which they are born, in which they live, etc., and so forth. And they find that the shoe of womanhood fits, but the one of manhood does not.
So what about a female who does not think?
We are in the presence of one right this moment. Let's see.
Son of a bitch.
Can you answer her question though? If
she needs to finish the question. I didn't hear the whole question. I think she kind of trailed off.
How do you know that I'm a woman?
I don't. I'm taking your word for it.
So you just deconstruct things and deconstruct things.
I didn't deconstruct Jack. That's not what deconstruction is.
You have to engage with reality.
I don't know if you're a woman.
Lav, you gotta wake up. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. You just gotta stop. Oh God.
Okay.
Lav, I don't know if you're a cis man. Finster is very good at what he does.
It's only
he is actually, yes.
a matter of time before he is a she, though, right?
Is that a fact? I don't know if that's true. I don't.
Oh God.
Does he identify as a woman? I'm pretty sure. I'm sure
most people could mistake him as one, and so to them.
Yeah, but that's deliberate. Like if I were able to,
so to them, he would be a woman.
Yeah, he would be. In
so
their
then
perception.
He would be a woman.
Well, no,
so
because
Finster is a woman.
No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Because
we're not. Explain how it doesn't work.
Because we're not talking about the person disembedded from their society, fooling their society by once again putting on a costume.
You're talking about Finster's identification of himself.
I don't know Finster's
and
identification
that is what matters.
Of himself. I don't know Finster's identification of himself.
So,
I know what
Finster
he avows.
Identifies as a straight male.
So, for example, if I identify to you as a male, I'm not actually giving you access to my first-person perspective. I'm simply telling you, you can trust me or you cannot. Or, maybe as a matter of respect, you can perform the act of trusting me or you cannot.
Do you think material reality exists?
Of course it does.
So what are some things?
I mean, it's a little bit redundant when you're talking about material reality. I don't know what this word reality is adding to the notion of material.
What is material?
That's a metaphysical question. I have no idea.
Okay.
Well, Lav, what is material?
See, at some point, you can just deconstruct and deconstruct until you're lit.
That's not what deconstruction means. Stop it.
What do you think deconstruct means?
SpongeBob, no man's land.
Yeah.
And then you can, ask me these things. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? We live in a society, and
Yes, and at this point, I feel like you should be cast out. I think she's trying to apply some sort of empirical evidence that doesn't exist in most human interactions. You're not going to. Yeah, exactly. More to the point, I don't understand what this differentiation is.
we have to make laws and prescriptions according to said society.
Laws and prescriptions
And
are
so
two
you
very
can
different
have
things.
Your, privileged life and where you sit back and drink your wine and go on Discord all day and do your thing. And I doubt that you are contributing much to society in doing that. But some of us would like to make society
Contributing
a better place,
to society,
a safer
like
place,
one of the
a
riffraff.
safer place. Yeah.
Let me
safer
ask.
place.
Okay. Let me ask Lav this, if I may, real quick.
You may.
Lav.
Yeah.
Thank you for your permission, sir.
You're welcome.
What are the dangers, or why don't we just let trans women identify as women? What's wrong with that? Why what harm is it, right? Even if you don't believe that they're female or what have you, or anything like that, what harm is there? And let someone say, hey, I have dysmorphia, I don't feel comfortable as a man, I'm going to identify as a woman and I wanted to be treated as such, both legally and socially. What is wrong with that?
It's not so much there's anything wrong with the fantasy of it, right? The fiction of it is completely understandable.
I'll tell you what's wrong with it. If Lav wasn't on this particular track, she would have drifted into complete irrelevance by now.
Especially,
Titan Uranus.
if you have read any of Ray Blanchard's typology, you know that it's an obsession for people to be transsexual. This is something that could be the most real thing to them in their life. So the fantasy of it is fine, and I'll use the correct pronouns if someone is my friend as a courtesy, right? I'm engaging in fiction as a courtesy.
I'm so glad you're going to be courteous to your friends, because you're probably not going to have many.
But when we say trans women as women, and then that influences laws and legislation that are being made that could put women who are already a protected sex class in harm's way, is when it becomes a problem for me, is when it becomes legislative, right? So if we were all...
What? It was legislative? So I hope Wick asks the obvious follow-up question here.
playing pretend and you wanted to act like a woman and whatever, then I don't care. I don't care if you're gender non-conforming.
Legislation, if I may ask, what legislation do you feel that puts women, or females I should say, at risk?
That's a good question, but not quite the full question.
Regarding this.
Any legislation that advocates against single-sex spaces. So this could be potentially sports,
Okay, so yes, I did say your name, Titan, because it's an excellent excuse to. So here's the problem: you're pointing out that these things are not being single-sex spaces are only based on your understanding of them as no longer being single-sex spaces. If a trans woman is a woman and she is entering women's sports, then she is, by definition, in a single-sex space still.
prisons, and then bathrooms, but bathrooms are... I just think that we should have single stall bathrooms.
Then why are we here?
You know, I was gonna, when I was out earlier when I was grabbing this wine, surprisingly good for how cheap it is, and I was thinking, you know what? The nerves are really getting to me. I could, oh shoot, I can't molest people in the bathroom stall. It's against the law. Fuck. And then I walked home, and here I am. It's a little bit
Sure,
silly, isn't it? If people are going to assault people in the bathrooms, what the hell is the fact that it's illegal to enter the bathrooms going to stop them from doing something that's already illegal in the bathrooms, regardless of who they are?
So I'm not under the assumption that making something illegal would stop it in entirety, right?
Then what is your argument? Not even stop it entirely. It won't stop it at all.
That's a matter of anecdotal opinion. We know that laws are actors of deterrent, so less people.
No, we don't. If anything, laws.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't. What do you mean?
Yes.
What are you?
A person will almost certainly end up breaking a law if they have the means, motives, and opportunities to do so.
Referring to?
You don't think that laws are a deterrent?
I have what turned off?
Are laws a deterrent?
Do I? I don't think I have clipping turned off, Titan. It might be. I have a problem going between my platforms. If I'm on my iPad, I can't clip. But if I'm on my computer or on my, yeah, I can clip here on my computer, and I can clip on my Android, but I cannot clip on Apple for some reason, because Apple and YouTube don't get along. Yeah, no, law is designed principally to allow us to retaliate against individuals who break norms. Wait, who do you think leans towards gun control, Connor?
They're broken.
Yes. People are scared to
How would you determine this?
Fines.
Okay, so the law against sexual assault already exists. Lav, does it deter it? You seem to be terrified of it.
Yes, but some things are not illegal that are still uncomfortable. I don't want women to go into the bathroom and see an AGP taking a photo of their penis in a mirror. That's uncomfortable.
An
AG is not illegal.
An AGP what? Hang on, slow down.
Autogynephilia, I assume.
Oh, that. So I'm taking
You're correct. I don't mean to put words in your mouth.
Well, I don't think people are allowed. I don't think people are allowed in bathrooms generally to take a picture of their penis in the mirror.
Someone double back who can clip today and get Titan that clip, would you?
It's not illegal. But certainly you would advise against it, right?
Yeah,
so
don't expose yourself sexually in the bathroom.
There's a social
in front of the mirror.
contract. So there are social
There's
contracts.
no social contract. That's a fiction. Don't just trust me. Lev. I say this as a kindness, okay? Because I don't hate you. Just don't go down that fucking road with me. You don't want to.
Okay.
You're significantly more generous at this point than I am. I would let her go down that particular road.
You're barking up the wrong tree here.
I bet that you're right. But yeah, I certainly think, when I want to jaywalk, if I know that there's going to be a policeman, or when I'm speeding, right? If I know.
Yeah, jaywalking is a fantastic example because I've never seen a person get a jaywalking ticket ever. If you got a jaywalking ticket, I would imagine you'd have to have been a dick to a cop in some other way in front of him and walked across the street halfway outside of a line or something. Jesus Christ. No one's been ticketed for jaywalking as far as I can tell in forever.
No, if Google tells me there's going to be a speed check, I'm going to...
So you want policemen in the bathrooms, do you? You want them checking to see if they have a ball sack before they go to the loo?
But certainly if you are doing something inappropriate in the bathroom and then you are found to be a male and you are...
You'll be thankful...
Yes, so law is not preventative, Lav, it's retaliatory.
The cop is right there watching.
No, you should be able to, that should be illegal. Whether or not it's criminable by,
Look, I don't know the specifics of this, but I'm pretty sure if you were posing nude in front of the washroom sink, there would be legal recourse for people to deal with that. I'm pretty sure that'd be the case in a men's washroom. If you had a guy butt naked in front of the mirror.
Women are naked in the bathroom all the time with each other.
I knew there was a reason I wasn't invited to women's bathrooms.
Women's washroom?
Yep.
Trans women. Gender check.
Where there's like,
Well, we can
I've,
certainly stand
oh,
on
hang
that
on,
for
slow
women.
down. I've cleaned women's washrooms. I worked that unfortunate job before. There
You
are,
weren't with them.
there are
And
stalls.
why weren't you with them?
There are
Why weren't you?
stalls. There
Were
are
you
stalls.
cleaning them while they were using them?
I was not. There are stalls.
And why is that?
Because they were the women's washroom. And I am assigned
Let's move it
male.
off the bathroom.
But you
Let's
still
move it-
went into the women's washroom, so why didn't you
Yes, clearly Sunday was in violation of the law.
go in while they were in there?
I think there's more
Hold
interesting.
on, Wick. Is it because you didn't want to make them uncomfortable?
No, it's because
Of a social contract?
well, no,
No,
actually,
God,
it's because
stop. No, the reason that you don't do that in the meantime is because it's pretty difficult to clean a bathroom while someone is using the bathroom. Just a thought, irrespective of what their plumbing is.
well, actually, no, not because of a social contract. In point of fact, when
actually,
you
yes.
well, actually, no. In point of fact, when you clean,
Actually, yes.
no. Have you? In point of fact, if you ever worked a retail job, for example, you would know that when you clean the washroom, you put a cone in front, whether you're working in the men's or the women's, and nobody's allowed to come in while you were cleaning.
That's not true.
That
I've been in
is
so many
very
bathrooms in
true.
which a female is cleaning it as I'm using it.
Okay, well then they
Well, that seems remarkably inefficient.
were generous to you and they allowed you to go.
The
while
reason
they were
why
working.
you don't, as a man, clean a woman's restroom when there are women in it is because of the social contract that you don't want to make any women uncomfortable.
What?
No, it's
the
not.
social contract is not about making people comfortable. What are you talking about? What do you think a social contract is?
A social contract can be for a ton of things, but certainly
No, she's asking you what you think it is, and it refers to a very specific point of political philosophy. You've activated Sunday's trap card, and now you must go to the Shadow Realm. Although, unfortunately not, because we still have an hour and 20 minutes left.
there is comfortability.
No, you're mistaken. A social contract has no bearing on this conversation. Social contract as a notion is originated by Thomas Hobbes, and it is a measure by which you legitimate existing governmental authorities by...
Yes, because if you say polis in the mirror 3 times, quickly Sunday appears and lectures you about what a polis is. Janitors usually won't stop you. They'll just be pissed. Well, that is presumably a social thing, right? Because you have people don't tend to regard janitors that well. When I worked in the call center, I made it a point to always try to make the janitor's job as easy as humanly possible. Just because it helps brighten their day if you say hi and greet them, especially when we work the night shift and we're all working at the same time. If you say hi and people just don't treat janitors well, they consider them beneath them, and that's unfortunate. But Lav is not very comfortable. Yes, you cannot clean a public space while in use for safety reasons. It's not like you're using caustic chemicals or something to clean things. Jesus Christ, Lav.
deriving them in some sense mechanically from the
Okay.
consent of the governed. This is not relevant to this conversation at all.
I
You're
want
mistaken.
I want to move off the bathroom stuff. Because I think there's more interesting and fertile ground in the other sex exclusionary places that were mentioned by Lav, right? Sports,
I don't give a fuck.
whether it be women's shelters, right? Whether it be those type like locker rooms in general, right? Not bathrooms specifically, but locker rooms, spas, etc. Do you think there is any value, if it was up to you, President Sunday, do you think there's any value in these things, or would you just eliminate them entirely?
Value in women's shelters and such? And,
no, the sex exclusionary spaces. So, for example, the fact that we, women's sports, exclusively
Female
for women.
prisons.
Female prisons, that's another one. Yeah. Do you think there's any value in having these as sex exclusionary?
Within cultural conditions in which these things predicate intersex abuse, I'm not denying that these categories are real. People are produced as these things. This is, clearly.
I don't know, Titan. I'll ask him.
No, but clearly, with respect to prisons, for instance, the issue at hand is not that we have people who are identifying as female but have penises going to women's prisons. The issue is that we are putting people into a situation in which they are forced, under minimal guard, under compulsion, to expose themselves to strangers in an environment, much less strangers who have proven by dint of their being there, they're poorly socialized or poorly situated in their environments, they don't behave correctly. This is a broader question. This doesn't actually bear on the question at hand at all.
You created the question to be a little broader. He asked you a pretty precise question.
Well, no. He asked me.
You can't answer it because when you engage with reality, it completely tears your whole makeup.
But before we get too far into that, the reason that this bears on the topic of hand, and the topic specifically being what is a woman, right? Because if we are going to have sex exclusionary spaces, we should probably have some sort of way to identify.
Well, within a certain
member of that sex, and if we are going to have these spaces, if there's any value whatsoever in these spaces culturally, right, then we need to have some kind of standards, whatever they may be, right? Whether it's self-ID.
Well, actually, this does get to the crux. This does get to the crux of the issue a little bit. So, for example, a very, very, whatever you want to call them, Lav, somebody with a penis and testes who is only attracted to men is going to pose much less threat to women in a women's prison than a woman who is a sex offender and a lesbian. Yes, that seems logical to me. So,
like I said,
once again, I think the issue is with the way in which we handle people who break the law. The issue is not with trans women or trans men or things like that. The issue is that there's a distinction between how we address people in normal life and how we handle people who are breaking the laws of a system that we already believe is productive of the types of people that inhabit it. There's a certain circularity here. This is why I say the question is a little bit irrelevant, because like the bare fact of somebody being a trans woman doesn't mean that they would even be and possessing like a penis and testes doesn't even necessarily mean that they would be remotely interested in the female-bodied people around them.
Sure. No, that's fair. Same question to you, Lab. How would you answer that?
So, obviously, you need to be female to join a women's space, to join a women's prison.
Is that a fact? Hang on, wait. Were any trans women admitted to? Ought to be.
Are all the guards at all the women's prisons also women? I'm betting not. Oh, look. Of the 64 facilities included in this study, 62 employed male corrections officers, and 56 of these men were routinely assigned to supervise female inmates in housing units. So, men can enter a female space.
It's a should rather than is.
I thought you said obviously it is the case that you need to be.
Yeah, I'm saying obviously this is what I think. Obviously, like I'm talking about obviously.
Continue, please.
I'm not saying that they're reality. But yeah, it is my belief that females should only be permitted to, whether you look like a buck angel or you look like, fucking who's a tiny woman.
What if I told you
me.
What if I?
Me.
What if
you look like Buck Angel or me? You were all female, and we know we've done studies. There's a Swedish study saying that male criminality follows the same pattern, whether or not you describe yourself as transgender, as transsexual. There was a study in which they tested almost in which I think it's actually precise, like 364 transsexuals who have had surgery and who had been on hormones for a substantial amount of time.
What's it called? Do you know any authors?
The amount of time is.
What's it called? Do you know?
It's called the Swedish study.
The Swedish study. Do you know who authored it? Do you know who authored it?
A moment, please.
I
Do you know anything about the methodology?
Why is the onion? Never mind. I don't want to know. I don't see a Swedish study to. Okay, never mind. I shouldn't expect that.
Yes, I can bring up the.
No, I'm just curious. Do you know?
Yes, I know. Thank you.
Well, demonstrate, please.
Wick
is not here to save you anymore, Lav.
Wick.
This is now a non-Wick space. Wick is not allowed.
Oh.
I think he's gone to the washroom.
Oh no.
Let's take a quick break. Can we want? We're unregulated right now. Can we just chat briefly?
Sure.
What the fuck happened with that thing with counterpoints where you said that you had an explicit contract with Destiny that you were kind of on a pay for play kind of thing.
Sorry. My Discord crashed.
Oh fuck.
No, we're here.
Alas.
I find it actually very low blow and actually very.
It is right in the balls. That's what I'm going for.
You would ask me that. It feels entirely inappropriate. Wick has already asked us to not talk about this, and you're bringing it up.
I didn't do anything. Look, she's making it up. I didn't do anything.
Publicly humiliate or embarrass me.
I didn't. I.
Don't worry, Lav. You are already pre-embarrassed in the previous hour and 11 minutes.
You can do that entirely without my assistance, I assure you.
You do not like Steven because you know that he harasses people. And
I don't like.
You have blatantly put me in a position where now it is uttered, so now it lives in the room with us.
Hold on. I'm going to mute.
Is it materially real, Lav, though? Is it?
You both for a moment because I want to make this clear. What was asked? Sunday, what did you ask her? I wasn't here for this.
He asked me.
I asked her just out of curiosity, with their permission. I asked, "Can we speak candidly? Because you're gone. Daddy's out of the room." Why did you, just out of curiosity? Why did you say that you were on kind of a pay for play thing with Destiny when you're talking to counterpoints?
Okay, yeah. Again, we're not talking about the
Thanks, Connor.
The drama stuff, right? In any way. So, okay, we're gonna move on.
God, and you. Sure?
We're not.
It's juicy.
Again, this is just not the time or the place to discuss drama outside of the question at hand.
But then.
Treatment for transsexuals with sex reassignment, including hormone and surgery, is congruent. To estimate mortality, morbidity, and criminal rate after. The office concluded, though, that the evidence base for sex reassignment is of very low quality due to serious methodological limitations of included studies. This doesn't seem to suggest at all what Lav is saying. Males, but not male. Females to males, but not males to females, at a higher risk of for criminal convictions than the respective sex per sex controls. But there's a lot of stuff that goes into that, right? Like that's socialization, and that's what you consider crimes in the first place. So that's not really what Lav is getting at. Like, in fact, that seems to directly contradict her point, because males to females would be what she's principally concerned about, because she wants to protect women's spaces, but also abolish gender and doesn't believe gender exists. All right, let's carry on.
Then where is Wick? Where is?
You have your own show. You can discuss it there. Let's get back to the question at hand, which is, right? I think female exclusionary spaces, sex exclusionary spaces, to be specifically. Given that, right? If a trans woman doesn't have any prior history and is in jail for like tax fraud or something, and this is a question to laugh, they're in jail for tax fraud or what have you, okay? It's not a violent offense. Why keep them out of those spaces of a female prison? If that's where they'd feel more comfortable, if that's where they would feel more safe. If it's a non-violent offense, do you have a problem with putting a trans woman into a female prison?
Why would we then just not keep them in a different sect of a male prison? I don't understand why that becomes why that becomes women's problem.
I've got a modification of that question, which I think gets to the heart of the matter.
So we already know that if someone is more to commit crime as a man, that they are more dangerous. I don't.
Not necessarily. Also, let's take this specific circumstance. A person goes to jail for tax fraud, which is pretty rare to begin with. Is a really convoluted way to get into a female prison to sexually assault people. Like there are easier things that don't require setting up shell corporations. Like this would be, at this point, you're talking about setting up a RICO case just to be able to go rape someone. Like that's convoluted as hell.
I don't know why we would then use women as collateral when you can just house them in a different sect of a male prison. Why does it have to be women's problem?
I've got a better question that sort of gets to the heart of the matter. Suppose I have a long history of sexually assaulting women, and I reveal to you, as I've finally been caught, I actually have had a vagina this entire time. Which prison should I go to?
A female prison if you are a female.
So you would put me, despite the fact that I've sexually assaulted women in particular, I've been caught for this, but I happen to have a vagina. You would put me...
We make laws and rules based on generalities, and we don't for the exceptions to the rule. It just so as it stands that women are not sexually
criminals
aggressive.
are
They do
exceptions
not
to
create.
the rule. They have broken the law. They are a minority.
Yes, and there are exceptions to the rule of the exceptions of the rule. Women on average do not commit violent crime.
Well, then let's just make an assumption that women are the exception to the exception to the exception and let them go. What kind of logic is that? Like, where do we end this spiral of idiocy?
Women on average do not commit violent crimes really in general.
You're a nutball.
Okay.
More to the point, women do commit violent crimes and typically don't get reported. Like, let's just take America, for example. Hold up where? Let's just take America, for example. Women end up in domestic abuse cases all the time where they are the perpetrator and never get reported. Most crimes don't get reported. Even fewer crimes get solved. Something like 6% of all rapists are, and that's an estimate, and probably a generous one, see prison time. Well, I'm going to keep going, and you can type that out, Cal.
That's insane.
Nice counter. Nice
That's
counter.
insane, lad.
I've been paid some money to
You are
ask this.
morally insane.
I've been paid some money to
The
ask
leprechaun
this
has been given his gold. Let's hear it.
I actually know your tactic. You bring up something really personal when you know that you're losing.
Wow.
She's got me guilty as charged. I think I've been destroyed. Oh god, this has been like the fight of my life.
For 500 SA key, which I don't know how much that is.
It's less than it sounds like, but it's still generous.
Yes. Lav, what is structuralism?
Dude. This is so stupid. Like, I'm not going to answer fucking retarded questions trying to test whether or not I'm smart.
Yes, Rav, we do want to know what structuralism is. I assume she's drinking Pedialyte because she's dehydrated. That's like the least of my concerns at this point.
Okay, to ask it, I don't care if you answered or not. So.
It's a method of interpretation of human behavior and culture and experiences. I know what structuralism is. Thank you.
I don't even think that's the Google definition. Yeah, that's not the Google definition. Oh, I know exactly how we should do this test, Connor. Everybody line up. It's time for piss test day.
Okay. And gang, if you have money and you want to give it to me to ask them,
then give it to me.
Question, but I can't force them to answer
that. Okay, that was funny. Okay.
To Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
One of the issues.
Oh, Sunday is checked out.
Understanding your arguments here, and bear with me.
I will bear.
Right.
Bear with me. I'm a little slow right now. I'm totally
sure.
sloshed.
Right.
We can tell.
I understand like that there is a level of social construct to how we identify and categorize things, such as male or female, even in the animal kingdom, right? We have socially decided that these are some sort of the categories, right, that we make. But is there no, like, there is obviously, we do this for a reason. We create these categories for a reason, because it helps us to deal with these categories in different ways. So when you talk about...
Oh, can we pause there for a quick sec before you continue? It's a little bit important. So there's a little bit of circularity there. So you've talked about dealing with these categories, but we're trying to talk about like how we derive these categories in the first place. So you see how that's a little bit confused. So I'm going to have difficulty answering the question just because the question itself sort of presumes an answer to it.
You haven't heard the question yet?
No, I understand. Just the premise is circular, so...
He's probably not, Connor, to be perfectly honest, drunk. It is very much performative. I tend not to, only because the performance would kill me, but still.
Or there are multiple premises that sort of refer to each other. Continue, sorry.
Please try to engage.
I'm just trying to give you the most bang for your buck, okay?
Okay, well, I appreciate that. So, given that, right, as we talked about Butler and performativity and things like that, and that one of the ways that, according to Butler, that we can, that women identify is through the performance of being a woman, right? Does not doing that just reify some of the harmful stereotypes that women face, such as, well, if I want to be a woman, I have to do woman things, such as take care of the kids, or wash the dishes, or make wear makeup and things like that. Doesn't this just reify some harmful stereotypes.
You mean
how do we deal with that?
you mean
Reify,
performing?
make real. So
No. I get what you're saying, but like, what act causes this?
So, for example,
yeah.
if someone wanted to identify as a woman, and in
Mhm.
order to be perceived as a woman, they wear makeup, they put on a dress, they decide to talk more feminine.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, that's an excellent
Yeah.
question, actually. So you're talking about, like, what do you do in the case where you identify these gender roles as being culturally contingent, not necessary, and potentially harmful as well? What do you do when you have people that you want to advocate for that are nonetheless identifying with these things? Well, precisely that. These people are embodying, they aren't just embodying things in the sense of, like, they are choosing to take on an archetype that they perceive in the world. These people are actually conditioned in which that is actually what fits them in terms of how they relate to other people, how they relate to the societies, what they do, what their proclivities are, etc., etc. And so you are legitimately in a bit of a bind here in that you are simultaneously invested in breaking down the things that make them feel like that people need to do these things, that people are constructed to need to perform these things, while also recognizing the dignity of people who have been so constituted that they do. It is a pickle, and how you go about it is precisely like that. Like, for example, I'm a man. I identify a little bit ambiguously, but I identify, for argument's sake, as a man. I relate to my society as a man. I feel like a sense of shame for failing to perform as a man in certain ways. I feel a sense of pride in being able to perform as a man in certain ways. Some of these things are harmful. Some of these things are probably positive and should be more universalized. Things like that. Like, for example, one isn't born a woman, one becomes a woman. Same thing with a man. Like citizenship is associated with manhood in that respect.
My question for Lav would be, right?
Oh, I wasn't there yet, but okay.
Oh, finish, right?
No. I understand. Continue.
Okay. Lav, given that you are a gender abolitionist, right? That you want to do away with gender. First of all, is that correct?
The gender abolitionist is probably as accurate as anything at this point.
Correct to identify you as gender abolitionist?
Yes.
Okay. Do we not see any value in gender roles at all? Is there not any positive to come from having the ability to know kind of what you're supposed to do in any social situation, or at least having a general guideline to go by? How would you address that if you wanted to abolish gender? What would replace it?
The problem is that our gender roles have been constructed under a patriarchal society. So any gender role that a female has is going to be subordinate to a male gender role, which is the problem. In a world where, in your worldview, if you think that men and women are supposed to have equal dominion over the earth, gender roles constructed under a patriarchy are going to only be advantageous and advantageous to women. If there were gender roles in which we're completely equal and we valued motherhood and valued femininity in the same way that we value masculinity and manhood, and perhaps things would be different. But as they exist now, I don't really understand it. But gender as a concept, as if all of these, as if a set of things rooted in social construction make you something.
Lav, you just described a socially constructed set of gender roles.
Yes, and I'm against the social construction of gender roles.
Yes, so am I. As prescriptive
no, you're
as
not.
things.
You want to make them real. You want to believe. You are asserting that if a man performs the correct amount of feminine gender roles, they then become a woman. It's regressive.
Well, they're not a man. You contradicted your statement.
They are still a man.
Well, no, because what's under scrutiny here is what constitutes a man, right? I'm defying the idea that what constitutes a man is necessarily that they have X, Y, and Z organelles.
All right, we can keep going.
Or organs, case and Z, case.
I can't. It is so hard to battle with
Yes, Lav, it is very difficult to battle with someone when you yourself do not know what the hell you're talking about.
Point. Have you ever watched a really good anime called Dororo? There's a remake of it on Amazon like 10 years ago.
I don't watch anime, I have sex.
These are not mutually exclusive. You will be
I don't watch anime simply because I don't care for it, but you can go ahead and be a jerk about it too, I suppose.
pleased to know. If anything, they can precipitate it in a very effective way. If you watch that, for example, there is the titular character called Doruro is a boy, quote unquote, on your frame of reference, who goes on adventures to find the lost, demonically possessed body parts of, I can't remember his name, but this other samurai ninja character.
To the point, please.
I'm trying to get there, Wick.
I understand. I just don't care about anime. It makes
Yes.
me sad.
Really? You don't?
I don't watch anime. Sorry.
But look
You
at
have sex. You fuck Wick.
That's also true, but I don't think they're related. But anyway, yeah, I just don't know about anime, so I'm just trying to speed the process along. That's all.
No,
I'm listening. Go ahead, Sunday.
I just feel sad now.
What was your point?
I lost it. But Wick, like you got an action figure of like a fucking Gundam on your
This
shelf.
was a gift from my nephew, and if my nephew gets
Your
me a
nephew
gift,
is a
I'm gonna
better
destroy
man
it.
than you. You need to measure up.
My
Watch
nephew's
something.
a 4-year-old boy.
Watch some Hellsing Ultimate.
What is a boy? How do you know he's a boy?
I don't. I'm taking his word for
I'm
it.
not debating here. I'm moderating.
Ah, yes, Wick's disguise. I'm not debating here today. Not till tomorrow.
I guess if you so Sunday, do you describe yourself as a gender abolitionist?
I have never
course he
described
doesn't.
myself. I have never described myself as a gender
So no.
abolitionist. But for the in as a general stance, it depends. Like it depends on what you understand by that term. So by gender abolitionist, do you mean the elimination of gender as a category? No, as opposed to the elimination of imposed gender categories presently now. Possibly for a lot of them, yeah. I mean, actually, weirdly in line with what Lav was saying at the beginning of this, the imposition of things like you're being manly or not conforming to some like imperative.
Okay, I'm just going to point this out. The stripes on Lav's shirt at her camera, with the camera angle, and look, like they move in a really weird way, and it's very distracting.
Ideal if you're not shaving your legs or wearing makeup or things of that sort. I think that's incredibly toxic. I don't think that people should be felt to feel like they don't measure up or that they're grotesque. If, for example, they've gone through male puberty before things like hormone blockers and transition was made available to them, that therefore they're less of a woman or things like I think it's incredibly damaging. People kill themselves over this.
Okay. 100 SA key. SEK. Sorry, SA key. What am I saying? 100 SEK. Look, 100 sec. 100 sec to ask Lav. Can you define post-structuralism? I'm just asking the questions. You can.
Oh my god, dude. It's as a concept trying to I guess deconstruct what we know as knowledge. Trying to bring into question what is truth? Is there a truth?
No, congratulations. That's epistemology.
That is what post-structuralism is.
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I will Google it.
I believe you. If you Google it.
Google's aside. Google's aside.
Post-structuralism refers to a way of thinking that emphasizes the radical uncertainty of knowledge and posits that truth is not a fixed concept. Sunday, you are not even a smidgen as smart as you act and think yourself to be.
That is true.
This is actually entertaining now.
But nonetheless, you were still wrong in your initial statement. You reading off the other one you found on Google after the fact does not ameliorate that.
I literally... Wick, what do you think?
I tried.
Do you think I explained it pretty apt?
It was close enough for government work.
Fuck.
No, it wasn't close enough for government work. We would never accept such shoddy work from a contractor.
You're right. Okay, fair enough.
Are you okay? Are you drunk? Like, Sunday, seriously, are you how far gone are you? Scale 1 to 10.
Like a 7.
Damn.
Jesus.
Okay. I don't know if let's start
Got
to wrap this
nervous.
up a little
He
bit.
got nervous to talk to a woman, a real life woman.
No,
without
no,
a
no,
condom.
no. I've been veiling my deep quivering feelings for Wick this entire time. I just get those butterflies in the stomach every time I go on.
That's fine. I mean, understandable. Honestly, frankly.
Thank you.
I guess let's get to let's
Wick is a very dashing representation of Emperor Palpatine with a beard.
start kind of closing this out a little bit.
All right.
Well, first of all, before we do that, is there anything I have not, any kind of lines of questioning that you wish I would have gone down that we have not yet gone down? And
Yeah.
I'll start with Sunday first and then go to left. Go ahead.
How the fuck do you look like you do and do what you do and not watch anime? I don't understand it. That doesn't make sense
That's
to me.
actually a fair question.
So, first of all, no, I'll answer this question. I find that one of the things I enjoy about storytelling in the format of on-screen, so whether it be television, movies, etc., is the acting that is done. And I do not think animated acting has the same impact as real acting.
Oh, you are
I
so
just don't think
misinformed.
it does.
I need to send you some recommendations.
I've
You have been
tried several
no. You've been sent to the wrong.
How could you watch Up, the first 10 minutes of Up, Wick, and not be moved?
Things. You are so incorrect. It is no.
Okay.
No, Wick. It is such an emotionally and artistically rich medium. You're missing out.
So I was paid money to ask you as well before we get to live here. Ask President Sunday where male murderers and rapists should go if they are male. Also ask
Well,
if
to grape
murderers
jail,
and
of course.
rapists are separate from the majority in prison.
Well, it depends. Have they had time to dry in the sun to become raisins? Because if that has taken place, then death is the only option. Unfortunately, they're too far gone.
There is no answer. There is no truth. What is a
Fair.
grape? What is a grape really?
A grape is just an undried raisin.
But what is undry? What is the concept of wet?
It's a metaphysics.
Robust.
It's something, Lav, that you probably haven't been in quite some time.
That's for the.
What is dry, Sunday?
That's for future historians to decide.
My wit, that is dry. Question to you, Lav, right? Same question I initially asked. Sunday, I chose to ask about anime. In your opinion, what lines of questioning or argumentation or discussion did we not go down that you really wish we had?
Where gender comes from. Like, I think that in order to, to put so much emphasis on gender and gender identity, I think that
Prometheus went down to the underworld, and he stole for us the concept of gender. And for this, he was bound to a rock, which was rolled up a hill by Sisyphus.
you need to discuss where it comes from. And then
Don't worry,
move
Connor,
in-
it's slightly less than an
I
hour.
sort of brought up the Ray Blanchard's typology, but with transsexuals. It would have been fun to see Sunday talk about it, but
Talk about
for
what?
another day.
Oh, fair enough. Maybe
Talk
one-
about- no, I wasn't.
Transsexual typology. It's transsexual typology.
Transsexual typology. With respect to what? I actually mentioned that a little bit in my opening statement. Did you catch it?
The supposed causes for transsexualism.
By transsexualism, do you mean people who are transgender?
The cause of dysphoria.
The cause of dysphoria? It can be multifarious. There's lots of things that can cause dysphoria.
Sure. but
Balding
it
can
must
cause
be-
dysphoria.
Sexologists say that there are two types
Do they?
of male transsexual.
Well, you know more than me.
Homosexual transsexual and autogynephile.
Okay, since you brought up views on gender, 100 more sex to ask President Sunday.
100
what
more
was
social
Lincoln's view
constructs?
on
100
Lincoln's
more
view on
genders?
gender?
That's what you're... Sorry, go on. Say again.
What was Lacan's view on gender? Can you describe it for us?
Did you just pronounce Lacan?
Lacan. I don't care what it's pronounced like.
I don't know
You know
Lacan's
what I'm
view on
saying.
gender. I read Lacan through Butler and fuck, what's his name? Deleuze.
So what's his view on gender since you brought it up?
I don't know. I didn't talk about. No, wait. I didn't talk about Lacan's view on gender. I talked about Lacan's view on performativity.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Which I don't think is called. I don't know if it's actually called performativity there.
You don't know what performativity means, it seems.
I had a direct quote.
Quiet, you.
I don't know.
I buttled before this conversation
when you're this drunk Sunday.
What's that?
I'm really curious.
Oh, you've been platforming when I have this drunk every single time. I've been polite about
Not this drunk, buddy.
Oh, you.
He's acting drunker so that people look back on it and they're like, "Oh, Lav didn't really win. Sunday was just drunk."
Exactly.
Maybe. $5 more from Fairy Queen to ask, why wouldn't you support transgender identities if you wish to abolish gender? Don't transgender identities provide a catalyst for abolition?
No, they give them merit.
And can you elaborate on that a little bit? How does transgender identities give gender merit?
Oh, God.
Because if you say that you can become a woman, if you can become a thing, if you can become a female or likeness of a female or in the same class as female, if you perform these certain things, it means that they become reality, right? It means that in legislation you are protected under woman if you just a man who enacts this gender role, which is a list of stereotypes.
Okay. So here's the thing. I would imagine that Lav would broadly agree with the topic that a woman requires protection because being a man is a more privileged position in our patriarchal society. In which case, what does it matter if someone is trying to take a less privileged position?
Typical arbitrary rules, right? This is what the hope is for gender abolition, is that there are two sexes and that sex doesn't matter, right? So that
Then why are there two sexes? God damn you.
There are accommodations based on the biological realities of sex, being like obviously pregnancy and obviously male aggression, but that besides that, a woman can be butch, a woman can be masculine, a woman can be a doctor, an astronaut, also a mother, also a nurse, also all of these things, and that does not make her anything but just what she is, a woman, right? The same thing goes for man. That
No. You don't even understand the basic tenets of what you're talking about.
A man can be so many things, and performing a set of rules does not make him anything else. There are just realities, and we do away with whatever is harmful in that aspect. I think people would, especially most progressives, would say that gender roles are
transgender people are participating in those roles. They're not meriting them. It doesn't suddenly become a thing that is more important because a transgender person is taking part in them. They are adapting to the society in which they live, which is an immensely complicated point on its own. Come here. All right. I apologize. We're going to take a second break here. The dog has to go out again. He's having a day. Okay. I am back, hopefully for the final time.
Are regressive, but somehow we have rationalized them in the scope of affirming transgender identity, and I think it is very silly.
Okay. If there are any other questions for the audience, please get them ready, but I'm going to allow them to.
I've got some super chats. I've got some super chats.
Oh, please.
Somebody wants you to talk about Dungeons and Dragons.
You being me or Lav or
wait, no, that's better. Lav. No, you.
I've always really wanted to play Dungeons and Dragons, but I've never had like a.
The Anacco
thing. Can we do a Sundeck show where we play Dungeons and Dragons with Lav?
If Lav wants me to run a small one shot for her, I
have to learn. I'd love to learn. I'd love to learn.
We can do that as a fun little stream.
Let's do it.
If I get enough money, I will monetize the shit out of this. So if you guys want to see something like that, give me money. And
frankly, Lav would be much better as a Dungeons and Dragons streamer. Everything she is talking about is already made up anyway.
Put on a show for you. Cool. Cool. Beautiful. Any other super chats before we get to closings? From any side here?
Let me see quickly.
And thank you for the bit. Oh, Twitch side, thank you for the bits and gift subs. Really appreciate you. I guess while he's getting that ready,
I got one ready.
If you like this content, hit that like and subscribe button if you're on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, hit that follow button. Give me some subs. Reward me for giving you this content. Okay, carry on.
And Som Noir for the $5 asks, Lav, why do you as a feminist, or why are you as a feminist okay with using the R slur? That's not my question.
I think
Giggles is not going to help you.
I'm just okay with using it. I guess I don't know how that pertains.
Okay, and let's see. If a woman, oh wait, that's for me. Never mind.
Good moment.
Babe, I'm in full stream. Get out. No.
I have a couple other super chats from my end, but carry on with yours.
No. It's for me. I'll answer it later.
Okay, sure. $5. Another $5 to ask: can a feral child who grew up without language, without cultural input from society, still have a gender? This is to both of you.
I think gender is something you have to understand to believe that it is true, right? There are things that I mean, certainly if
Well, Lab doesn't seem to understand gender, ergo it isn't true.
someone's looking at you, if you're on the island and someone is looking at you and they live in, a Western society, they're imposing a gender role compared to how you act, right? But intrinsically, I don't think so. Whereas sex, there is like a reality in which you either are someone who, is a person.
To be perfectly clear, Connor, I don't think Connor Wick considers the R word a slur. Because he let it go pretty so extensively on the panel I was on with Fabian Liberty.
Who was able to get pregnant, or you were not, right?
Okay. Same question to you, President.
Can you reset the question for me?
Sure. If a feral child is raised in the wild, can they still have a gender?
If they're taken out of the wild, or if they remain in the wild. If they remain in the wild, they don't have a gender. Gender is a social category.
Okay.
If they're taken out of the wild, they may have a social category imposed upon them based on their biological characteristics. In which case,
that's another question for both of you. This is just for me. Is gender something you choose or something that society puts upon you?
I guess both these days.
Something that society puts upon you. If you get to a point where you become circumspect enough to criticize that, you may be in a position to start performing a role deliberately in contradistinction to that. So, for example, Doe can beat me up about this later, but Doe goes by its and so on and so forth. Doe did not become its identity by any societal pressure actually acts against it, things like that. One of the consequences of having like discourses that criticize the status quo is that we create new bubbles in which you can have like new meanings and new gender categories and things like that. And so the range of like viable options in terms of socially meaningful self-identities or identifications expands.
Got you. Okay, let's get to closing statements, and then
One group who will find it perfectly acceptable to say, and another group who won't.
we'll kind of wrap it up.
Are we gonna take questions?
Yes, from the audience, if you want to, if you're both okay with that.
I'm really
After
tired.
the closing statements, we're gonna open it up for people to come on. So if you're not a member of my Discord, join the Discord, accept the rules, and we will get you in. We'll probably take you one at a time to provide the chaos to a minimum, at least at first. But Daniel Brockman, thank you for the 50 secs, but I don't know if that's appropriate to ask.
Well, what is it? Come on, coward.
Okay,
Ask Lab if a
Ask.
sex worker
Yeah.
who is not able to become pregnant and is raised in the wild can still have a post-structuralist view of gender performativity. Well, who's to say? What does understand mean? What is a view? What is a
I mean,
view?
you're asking these aren't like deep philosophical questions that people have written books about. Like these are really interesting, difficult questions that we are still
I
grappling
know
with.
that it's interesting, but it's also it's a luxury.
It's also something you're using to try to get out of trying to answer the question because you don't have an answer because your ideology is tissue paper thin.
To
Lav,
engage in
once again,
conversation like this.
anybody can check this out. In fact, I recommend, in an odd twist of fate, that you check out Tom Fuller's channel, in which Lav confesses that she did not read any of Butler whatsoever, but justifies her supposed knowledge of performativity by reference to stuff she's read elsewhere in unnamed sources. You have not read this material. Why would you assume that you know what the stakes are, or what the level of interest is in these, or the relevance to this conversation? I ask this sincerely
I understand
because
that
one of
you
the things
don't-
that's
you don't
really
need-
one of the things that's really frustrating about this, just taking you seriously for one split second, is that you actually seem to have like an apparatus back here that works. You seem to be not like brain dead.
That's incredibly generous. It's an apparatus that decides to be very, very self-serving.
You're wrong about
That
everything,
means so much coming
and
from
your
you.
judgment is terrible. But like
Uh-huh.
you could actually choose to engage positively with this stuff, contribute to it, and benefit from it massively. I don't understand why you choose instead to make an absolute fool of yourself. I mean, look, when you're being schooled on critical and constructivist theory by one of ChudLogic's mods, I don't know how somebody ends up in that position. It's sad.
I don't think anyone.
It just seems like
with
such a
an
waste. You're not
understanding-
stupid. I don't know why you do it.
I don't think anyone with an understanding of gender who lives in reality, like, would think that I was schooled by one of ChudLogic's mods. I know, and this is what I was going to say, was that you have
Lav,
the luxury of
everyone.
Sunday. You have the luxury of really indulging in this post-structuralist nothing
Stop
is
using that
real
word.
attitude, because you sit as a white man
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
in your house, benefiting from
Apartment.
the fruits of benefiting from the fruits of that. I'm sure that you went to college. I'm sure that you're at least slightly affluent.
I think a
You're
little bit over
very
50% of college
right?
applicants are
You
female
are
right
able.
now, actually.
You are able to indulge in stuff like this that is very highly intellectual. You are allowed to do it, and you're allowed to drink.
Are you-
You have spent this entire debate using words you don't understand from an education that I don't think you have. She's like doing Mad Libs of all the greatest right-wing talking points when they try to sound intellectual.
Are you
have little
not?
parties
Are
that do
you
this.
impeded from reading? I'm confused.
No, I read these things, but I understand that I still need to live in reality. I have a message. I don't. You want to.
I
look
have
smart.
a smaller income and
You
a smaller
want-
following
you
than
want-
you. What's your excuse?
You want to look smarter than everyone, and that's why you read these things.
No, I
want
really
to
don't.
apply-
That's why I get drunk
want
on
to
stream and put an
apply-
octopus on my head.
I want to apply these real ideas to reality to help women, to help people, to create legislation, to make.
If you wanted to help women, why on earth did you choose as your main point of affiliation Mr. Girl, who publicly proclaims almost as a braggart that he raped somebody?
Every single time I have gone on Max's channel,
Are you going to disavow him now? Is that where we're at?
I've been very critical in opposition to most things he has said. The last.
So naturally, your next decision was to live with him, right?
Okay.
Live with him.
Did you not?
Okay.
What?
Did you not?
Yeah,
Or he calls you his adoptive daughter. What even is that?
No, he's just my older friend, and he doesn't.
He's your older friend.
All right, I'm back.
And is that what we're calling them these days?
What is okay? Okay, enough.
What
enough,
is
enough.
going?
I can't wear the hat and the headphones, and then I can't hear, because I'm streaming the audio because OBS messed it up for the thing. If you want to make something good come of that, you can use that donation link too down below.
Oh my god!
Enough of this. I don't know what this is exactly, but it's.
Oh my god.
We're going to get to closings, and then we're going to open it up. So
Hey,
what
very
wonderful
quickly.
things will my audience
One sec,
ask?
one
I don't
sec.
know. We're going to find out. Oh.
One sec. Lonerbox, I wasn't happy that you got banned, you dumb idiot. I was confused. That's what the...
I don't care what you talk to Loaderbox on your own time.
But he's here now.
Okay. Enough. We're going to get to closing statements, and then we're going to open it up.
Absolutely
to
will
the
not
audience.
fit.
And I see you guys. Didymus asks for $5 lav. Trans people wish to have their bodies more like that of the other sex and don't necessarily rely on gender stereotypes. That's not really a question. $20, 20 sex from Daniel Brockman to ask Lav what postmodern neo-Marxism.
You just say sec. You don't say sex.
Okay. I'm saying sex. It's funny. But I want to get to closing statements. So we're gonna start. We're gonna start this time with Lav, and then we're gonna go Sunday. Lav, give us your closing. Close us out.
Yeah, it is important to keep a woman as a defined sex class. It is important to define what a woman's body is and what it, is to be in legislation to protect women who are, predated upon by the bigger, stronger sex class. And gender roles should be meaningless to us. They should not.
But I thought gender didn't exist.
Create reality. We should do away with them. We should scoff at them. We should laugh at them, and we should move on.
Okay, Sunday. Close us out.
Nitwit blubber oddment tweak.
All right, that was probably a little bit of a faux pas, just a little bit. I wouldn't make a Harry Potter reference off the cuff.
Okay. 100 more sex from Daniel Brockman.
So
Serious
much sex.
question. Ask Lav what it means that she is Mr. Girl's daughter, which he has obviously repeated a million times.
I think that Max really wants me to feel comfortable, and that he's not. I think Max has picked up on the fact that I often feel sexualized in my relationships with men, and that I feel.
Why are we here? Why are we here? This is not. There's nothing good about Mr. Girl. Nothing good. There's nothing good. Mr. Girl is doing something because he wants something from you. And he's willing to play a very long game to get it.
Feel very uncomfortable because of that. I think by him putting that boundary there, it sort of asserts that I can feel comfortable that he's taking a mentor role, that it's not in a strange sexual way, and that he is substantially older than me. He's 4 years younger than my mother. So it is it is what it is.
This also comes to the fact where I have to reckon with the fact that a good portion of my audience is substantially younger than me. Yeah, Lav is entirely incoherent.
He's not actually my dad.
Not biologically your dad.
I mean,
Not yet.
Who's to say? Not yet.
Okay, with that,
What is
again,
biologic? What is biology really?
If you want to ask either of these lovely individuals a question,
Much
right,
appreciated, Connor.
there's a couple ways to do that. You continue giving me money, which I encourage, but you
I
can
also
come on
encourage
the
it.
show. You can also come on the show. So if you join my Discord and you jump backstage, we'll bring you on and you can ask your questions, and we'll keep you on until you don't entertain me anymore, and then we'll kick you out. So $10 from Muda Agarwal to ask Lav, should the punishment for a violent crime by a man
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
that's fine, by a man against a woman be higher than the crime for man versus man? If not, what is the protection you've seen from woman against men? You seek from women against men?
No, I don't think that it should be higher against a woman.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that violence is violence, and then if not, what is the protection you see for women against men? I think single sex spaces. I think making a shift to really, really assert that men and women are different. Obviously, I think that there's a lot of liberals talk about. A lot of liberal feminists are like, well, if you don't want a man to hit you, you shouldn't hit him. We should acknowledge that a man hitting a woman is more grave, and so a man should be way more socially, shamed.
It's hard to say, Titan. She hasn't used post-structuralism correctly once.
To hitting a woman, because it does more. So.
Okay. Avat Tom, is that your name? You're live.
Oh, I'm live.
Live.
You're live.
Ask your question. What do you got for us?
Okay. Okay, sorry, I had to click out of that.
It's got your time to shine, buddy.
Okay, here's
All
my
eyes on you.
question. If okay, I'm live right now, right? Yeah. So if a woman is an adult human female, where we're basically saying that the category of woman is just based on the sex of the person, then should trans men be allowed in women's spaces, particularly passing trans men like Buck Angel and people like that?
Yes. Okay.
What was the question?
Sunday, do you have the same opinion?
I just came in. What was the question?
Oh, the question was if.
I'll repeat it.
Yeah, please repeat it.
If the definition of a woman is adult human female, should passing trans men be allowed in women's spaces such as women's crisis centers? I'm thinking of someone like Buck Angel.
If women means adult human female, that's a premise I deny. Depending on what is meant by female. So I also assert that female is itself also a gendered category. I think when you're in a society or in a cultural situation in which sexual designations are taken to imply certain things in certain contexts, I think when we're talking about this, it might make sense to do something to ameliorate the situation where people are going to have gendered responses to the presence of certain things as well. So it becomes a bit complicated. It's a good question. I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you. Anything else? Any other questions for the two of them?
Can I get Lav to answer that?
Oh shit! Play Dragon Guard. I have to actually. That's the Nier series introduction, right? What I will do is I'm in the middle of playing through all Deus Ex in order right now. I will probably be done with that by the end of the month. So I will try to finish Drakengard for sure. After that, because right now I'm beating my head against the wall of Mankind Divided, trying to remember the story.
You said yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait, I'd like to follow up on that then.
Then go ahead.
Should passing trans women be allowed in women's spaces? Someone like
No.
Blair White.
No.
So, do you think that in that case, if you're in a women's crisis center, who would make the cis women more uncomfortable? Someone like Buck Angel or someone like Blair White being in there?
I guess that is it's completely subjective.
But what do you think?
But you're making the
I have no
prescription, so it's
idea.
not subjective.
I'm Googling Buck Angel really
I
quickly.
have no idea. Like, that's just impossible to say.
Oh, that guy,
And also, when you say passing trans women, it means very little to me. I've never not been able to clock a trans woman before. Most women,
Really? Really? Yes, actually, if you could send that to me, it'd help immensely.
evolutionarily are able to perceive trans women. We are better at naming trans women because we are more perceptive biologically.
Oh, you're gonna regret that one. Really? So you think that you can clock any kind of trans woman? Okay, this begs a test. Oh, tracking. Okay. Wow.
Have you seen like what Buck Angel looks like?
Yes, I have seen what Buck Angel looks like.
So you can tell at sight that Buck Angel has a vagina?
I said trans women. Trans women.
But
so
you can't tell.
Women are biologically wired to perceive.
Okay. Buck Angel is incredibly masculine, yes. Second point I'd make is I lived for 6 years in the Chicago neighborhood of Boys Town. Guess what? I promise you that there are plenty of people who are completely you're not able to clock. Like you'll be walking along behind somebody and going, that looks like a woman and moves like a woman and it's a man. So that's absolutely full of shit.
Threat, right? We all are.
A citation needed. How the hell have you? How about Toftosh? Toftosh.
More to the point, if you follow Merrick on Twitter, people try to clock her as a trans woman all the time, and it's hilarious. By the way,
Looks like a cis woman. I don't believe for 1 second that you looked at Toftosh for the first time and thought.
Well, I guess I don't know with Taftaj because I think.
Are you serious? The conversation
you were just saying you are you just no yeah, and that's more of the point. If you haven't clocked the person, then you wouldn't have known that you didn't clock them. By the very definition, it's not like most trans people are running around saying they're trans.
The conversation we're having was precipitated by me responding to Toftosh saying that trans women are men. Did you not know who you were responding to?
No, I'm saying one, I don't want to be disrespectful and name all the things that I clocked about Taftaj, but also the first time
But that's essential to the point of your claim that you are more perceptive and therefore able to properly identify. That's not even the right word. You're able to identify which is which. Like, I'm pretty sure Lav is the guard of Metal Gear Solid that's fooled by the cardboard box.
I was introduced to Taftaj, it was a picture of her penis.
Oh,
so,
okay.
But clearly though, what about her facial features signals male to you? Are you insane?
I don't think that's entirely appropriate to talk about.
Coward. Come on.
No, I don't.
You've been denying her identity this entire conversation. Now all of a sudden you're worried about decorum?
Taftaj knows it's male. Taftaj knows that she's a male.
Toftaj is conceptually
really
mistaken.
Quick, though,
Toftaj.
Would you be able to clock Buck Angel on the street?
Maybe not Buck Angel, no.
No, because
Okay.
Buck Angel's not a threat. Penises emit
The
threat
average
rays.
cis woman, someone like Buck Angel, a trans man that is passing, would just look like a man. And I just don't believe that that wouldn't make a cis woman uncomfortable in a women's crisis center.
You're right. It wouldn't. But then if Buck Angel was then like, oh, don't worry, I'm a female, I have a vagina, I'd be like, oh, okay.
What if I said that? Buck Angel looks more like a man than I do. What if I said that?
Thank you for coming.
If you had a vagina, then
just one real thing. I just don't believe Lav in
Okay.
her answer. But, okay. Goodbye.
Live, laugh, lie. Live, laugh,
To the
lie.
void.
Baby.
To the void. Okay. Next contestant on this wonderful game show that we're playing right now. Admiral Love. I don't know if he is an actual admiral. I don't know if this is stolen valor. But let's bring him on.
The jury is also out on Captain Crunch.
But do they actually love? That's the question.
Fun fact, Captain Crunch's uniform would indicate that he's actually only a commander.
Good question. Admiral Love, you're live.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
How are
What do
you?
you got?
Hey everyone. So I wanted Lav maybe to address something that President Sunday had said in passing, kind of on the notion of post-structuralism, or the idea that a concept might be socially constructed. I think Lav kind of jumps straight to that not being real. And I think that those are two very different things. To say something is like maybe formed through how we deal with concepts with each other.
I didn't say that that wasn't real. There are certainly aspects of, like, you know, there's certainly language that makes things real, right? Like saying, okay, I now pronounce you man and wife, now you are man and wife, right? Or like there are certainly things that in tangent with reality make things.
Okay, this is actually an interesting point. Marriage is a really interesting point about this, because with the exception up until about the Protestant Reformation, no one gave a flying crap about most people claiming they were married. Like a marriage ceremony was only used in the cases of exchanges of significant property. So a peasant in Europe isn't going to have a marriage ceremony 9 times out of 10, like officiated by a church official, because of the fact that they don't have property to exchange. It's just, you're married now. Congratulations. Go forth and be married. And, like, so marriage has functionally existed in our society without words, without a word consecrating it. So, context, Lav, one of the 5 C's of history.
Things so, but there are also just things that exist outside of social construction of them.
Right. Yeah, and to loop that back to, transgender as a concept, there's going to be instances where somebody who's transgender has transitioned so well that, without, knowing their back history, you're not even going to clock them at all as actually having...
And good for them.
Yeah, so that
But you just said that you could clock them. Lav, I now pronounce you incoherent, and it has been consecrated as true because I said it.
To me feels like real, like I would call that like real in every sense, right?
No, that still would not make them a female or a woman.
Because that's postmodern theology, right, Lav?
Yes,
Gobbledygook.
it would just that is literally Judith Butler's.
You're an atheist. You don't follow that amaterialistic woo-woo.
Yeah, no, I
Explain
still think
to me why that isn't real. If everything phenomenally about this hypothetical person just
because definitionally a female, a woman is a female, an adult human female.
See, now I think you're being less real because now you're referring to a complete abstraction, this kind of abstract definition that needs to be upheld rather than what I'm looking at.
What abstract definition are you talking about?
Everyone is coming at and there's a jump on Lav. Sunday's just sitting there going, woo-hoo-hoo.
What you just referenced, you just said definitionally they wouldn't be a woman.
Okay, they're not a female.
That definition is just a bunch of words.
You can call it again. You can call it whatever you want. Like I said, if we want to talk about the fiction, if we want to get caught up in language, you can call a trans woman a woman. The problem is that words influence legislation. They influence society, right? So then, if you start to exist in this fiction, which trans women can exist in that fiction. I will use, preferred pronouns.
God, she's so close. It's just crazy. Oh my God.
I will use it as a courtesy. The only problem is that when you are making
I'd like to apologize for that singing. I know it was horrible.
When you were creating tangible rules and customs, you can't live in this.
Wait, customs are tangible now?
Yes, like laws.
But
Okay.
don't you see that your stance will lead you to the same really bad tangible results, right? Like, so for example, with the prison thing, like there are going to be people who have transitioned, from male to female, and
Well, you can't transition from
they're
male
going
to
to be
female.
like maybe they're very physically weak and and maybe, or like maybe they would be in far more danger in a men's prison than they would pose the threat to women in a women's prison, right? So now
It's impossible to measure that.
your kind of strict adherence to this textbook definition is going to create the bad tangible results that you don't want, right? You're being less real, in other words.
No, so I know when we talk about an individual trans person being an offender or potentially causing harm to women, it's like a losing discussion. You can bring up any example, any trans woman you meet off the street, but when we are making laws, when we're making prescriptions for who ought to be in a woman's prison, we have to think about generalities, right? So we know that trans women have the same criminality patterns of any other man.
That's exactly what we don't know. You have completely misquoted. Let me just check to make sure I'm not crazy. Females to males, but not male to females. Yes, that's exactly the opposite of the study that you brought up.
You would not put any man inside of a female prison. You wouldn't. So
yeah, I don't know.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
I think the
Except we very commonly do put men as guards in female prisons and women as guards in male prisons all the time. Oh, there's only 30 minutes left. We can get through this.
It'd be on a case-by-case basis. You assess
I do not. And that can be true. And if you deem a trans woman to be in danger in a male prison, you could just isolate them from general pop. You can just put them in a different section.
Let's even set aside the fact that isolating someone is a bad move in prison. It's called solitary confinement. You can do that, but it messes them up. So really what you're advocating to do is take a person who's already pretty substantially traumatized by by circumstances in society as a rule and making them more traumatized. You're advocating torture, was what you're advocating.
Of the prison. That should not be women's problem. But trans activists.
More to the point, prisons, I guess maybe not in the United States, actually. 'There are approximately 976,000 women under the supervision of the criminal justice system. %. Okay.
Aren't happy with that because you need to adhere to the doctrine completely or else they are not happy. A trans woman needs to be a woman. She cannot be safe away from people who are hurting her. She needs to then be a woman. It's ridiculous. You're forcing it on women.
Okay, we have a bit of a line.
Okay.
Admiral Love, did you get what you needed to do out? Did you get what you needed to get out?
No, yeah, it's a good talk. I appreciate it.
Of course. I'll see you later. To the void.
I have gas. I might be farting a bit.
Do what you need to do.
It's very ladylike.
Does that make you less of a woman, right? When you fart?
According to Sunday, yes.
Next guest. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Check.
Yeah, what you got for us?
Question for Lav. Your version of gender abolitioning kind of stops at male and females performing other roles. Why doesn't it stop at just people doing whatever they want without any social scrutiny? Why does it stop of arbitrarily where you've decided?
That's just completely wrong. That's literally the antithesis of what my gender abolition is. There is a reality and you can act and it doesn't have to be in accordance to that reality.
I thought it was there's a reality. A woman or female or
Don't try to make sense out of what she's saying.
person can do anything they want and still yet be that person. Am I
Yes,
missing something?
A female can do what if a female does a masculine gender role, it does not make her a man. It does not make
Correct.
her masculine. She can do whatever we want. We should not have these arbitrary names for actions. Like
So why are we stopping there is my question.
What do you mean? I'm gonna fart.
Do it in the mic.
You freak.
Not for free. Okay. Answer. I am curious. Answer the question. Right? Why are we stopping there?
I don't know what stopping there means. Like,
What, do
what
you
else
get-
is
do
there
you get
to
what I'm
elaborate?
saying?
Then
No, I don't get what you're saying.
caller, dear caller, can you elaborate on what you mean?
So in Lab's version of gender aberration, we stop at people not performing the roles that society has given them. Lab wants that to be okay, correct?
Yeah, I don't want people to feel like they're forced into behaving a certain way.
Okay. Now, in that same philosophy, why isn't it okay for people to want to perform other gender roles and that be okay?
That I'm saying that we're still talking in the construct of gender roles existing, which is not gender abolition. You're saying, well, why can't they adhere to these gender roles? I don't want the gender roles. I decimate the gender roles.
But you really
should
do.
not
You
masculine
no.
feminine.
But
If there are only 2 gender roles and you're decimating them, you're in a pickle because decimation is killing 9 out of 10. Excuse me, 1 out of every 10. So at that point, you have to decimate, well, 1, and then you've killed 1 out of 2. No, don't decimate the gender roles.
you really do, because you are still shackling to them to a category of person that is entirely defined by specific sex functions, by specifically being identified by
The
being
opposite.
the carrier of children and the person who stays in the home. Wife
That
man.
is a biological. Wait, the person who stays in the home.
Person who stays in the home.
When the fuck did I do that? I said that. What? I
The
never
person who
said
gets
that.
pregnant does not hunt. That is a biological reality. If you're insisting that this is determinative of your gender role and your
How is that a biological reality on what basis?
that's what I was saying, Glav.
No, that's not
Okay,
what you're
all
saying.
we're
You
doing
said
is
the
sitting here
person who
trying to
gets
parse
pregnant
what you're
does not
saying,
hunt.
Lav.
Who says?
You do. You're the one who's insisting that sex is a biological
No.
reality, not a categorization scheme. It is self-gendered.
Building a child and there is
Building a child as if it's Build-A-Bear. You can install the heart.
talking about reproduction. There is a
But
sex
not
that
not
carries a
all
child.
not all people who have the
There is not a
capacity.
sex that
Not all
Oh, that's a
people
Yoda
not all
line.
people who have the capacity in the abstract to carry a child, and not all people who have the organs associated with being able to carry a child have the full set of organs required to carry a child, or even to engage in copulation. This does not follow.
but they are of the nature too.
What the hell does that mean, of the nature to you?
That makes no sense.
I mean, I thought you were an atheist. Now you're referring to some kind of teleology. What planet are you on?
We know that there are 2 types of human, and they
No, we
are
don't.
needed to
No, we don't.
procreate.
In our discourse, we identify 2 types of human, and we exclude others who
Okay.
break the trend.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Anything else before we let you go?
You let me go. I feel like my question wasn't answered, but thanks for having
No,
me.
no, no. I want his question to be answered. Can you ask it again?
Why does Lab's form of gender abolition stop where it chooses to stop and not go any further than
Because Lav is incoherent.
anything else is my fundamental question.
I think I already answered that.
I thought it was answered too. Whether
Yeah.
it was satisfactorily answered, I don't know. But she did give you an answer, which was she wants to just abolish all genders, right?
Okay.
Okay. I don't know what else to say, but thanks for coming.
Gender abolition would be abolishing the concept of gender, I think.
We have a special guest next.
But gender abolition is not necessary if you are, as you described at the beginning of this debate, a gender atheist. So you're going to abolish the thing you don't believe exists? Congratulations, we're done. Let's go to lunch. Easy day. The fuck are you talking about?
I have a tummy ache.
Ho ho ho! Speak of the devil and she shall appear.
You're live.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I was still listening. So I'm in here now, huh?
You are live on air. What you got for us?
Okay, so there's a couple of things I want to talk about first. First of all, in this conversation multiple times, very vaguely, there has been reference to this idea that quote-unquote trans women have the same crime patterns as men, which to me is like a complete nonsense statement and is not backed up by actually basically anything that I can find. In fact, trans women are, as far as I can tell from statements directly from the U.S. Department of Justice, are actually 2.5 times more likely to be the victims of sexual violence than cis people. So
That is also true.
Okay, so that's a bit, you're doing something a little sneaky there then by saying that
Nothing is sneaky.
I think that's very sneaky. I think it's sneaky to say, oh yeah, trans women follow the crime patterns of men. What does that even mean? It sounds like what you're trying to say is, trans women are men, they act like men, but in truth we see that the overwhelming evidence shows that they're actually the victims of crime more than cis men, more than cis women even.
Do you want me to read you the study?
I mean, you can send me the study if you want to. I don't even know
I'll
which
send it
study
to you,
you're referencing
but
to.
overall, it says, the findings show that transsexual individuals were more likely to be criminal than non-transsexuals of the same birth sex in the first cohort, which is 1973 to 1988, and no different from their birth sex in the second group, 1989 to 2003. Male to female transitioners.
Do you have that citation? Because I would certainly love to look at that. But to me, saying something like,
we've already established that this is exactly the opposite of what you saw, so no.
Follow the patterns is a very vague claim, especially when you're saying that using that to be a justification on how the prison system should be structured with regard to where people should be housed. To me, if you had a population of people that are 2.5 times more likely to be the victims of sexual violence, then that would indicate that you would want to have those people kept safe.
Male to female transitioners are 6 times more likely to be convicted of an offense than female comparators, and 18 times more likely to be convicted of a violent
But
offense.
you're still sort of just reading off, like, I don't know, this could be a study that's done by, I don't know, TPUSA for all I know. We don't even know what this is. You've never even shown it on the screen.
I mean, no studies mean anything, right? There's always
no,
that's
not what you said.
But I can send.
You've said that a lot. You've said that a lot this stream, and I don't know. It sounds kind of like, to me, and I've just been watching from the outside here, so it just kind of sounds like
we have to
Coke
share
me.
a server.
Like you keep saying,
just real quick, you need perms to share your screen, and I don't want to give any of you perms in my server.
That's fine. You don't need to give me them.
You can look up. You can just Google trans criminality, gender equality.
I've done that, and I've done that pretty extensively. This conversation I've had many times, and it doesn't seem to reflect what you're implying it reflects. Now, it could very well be that you found a study that I don't know. I find some really interesting studies on PragerU's website. A lot of times they even cite their own videos. It's super interesting. But yeah, I mean, I think
this is UK Parliament. So
okay, so the UK Parliament, and that still doesn't explain why you would come to the conclusion that
Professor Rosa Friedman, Professor Kathleen Stock, and Professor Alice Sullivan.
None of that means anything to anyone. It just sounds like you're sort of saying a professor did something.
Well, actually, Kathleen Stock has a bit of a reputation. Demon, I would look that up.
Kathleen Stock is a lesbian who is against this whole gender shit.
Sure, that's great. But like I said, as far as even here in the U.S., we've been having a lot of this conversation is centered around the U.S. Again, trans women are more likely, significantly, notably 2.5
That's
times
true,
more
and I
likely
think that
to
they
be the
should
victim.
be. I think that they should be isolated
Right,
from general population, and I also think that there's something to be said
That's-
about the male rape
Oh,
problem
yeah,
in
yeah.
men's prisons. I think that we should be
That's
way
great.
more diligent about trying to stop.
That's great.
rape
It
prisons.
just seems.
but that
it
should
just
not.
seems.
Women should not be collateral in fixing that problem. It should not
Well,
be.
no
Women.
one is
They're not
asking.
making
I mean,
them
that's
collateral.
They
their
are.
own addition here.
Would you
You're
not?
saying
Would you
that-
not simply be happy with
It's
trans
weird
women
to
being
me.
isolated from general population?
I mean, I think there's other problems that come along from isolating any population, and I also have general
keep them
problems
safe?
with prisons. What I'm trying to point out here is that I think that it's interesting that
You want to isolate them from other males in women's prisons.
Sorry.
Why is it not enough to just isolate them on?
No, hold on. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying here. What I came on here to point out is that your fixation on women's prisons, on protecting women, is in service of you ultimately trying to make the argument that trans women are men, and not that we
Trans
haven't
women
heard
are
you,
men.
we haven't heard you this entire conversation. We haven't heard you talk about, oh yeah, they should have. We actually need to protect trans women from the violence that they're doing. No, instead, it's perpetually fixated around your desire to
I'm a
frame trans
feminist.
women as men. It's
No, you're not.
interesting. It's just a very interesting little bias
It
there.
would
And then all of
make
a
sense
sudden,
that I am.
and then all of a
You're not
sudden-
really, you're not
women.
really,
I'm
you're
a
not
feminist.
really, you're not really much of a feminist
all
though.
of a
You're really just a masculinist with extra
When-
steps.
when you're confronted with
true.
the fact, the overwhelming statistics that actually trans women are actually predominantly the victims of violence. In fact, I mean,
Predominantly the victims of violence.
yes, 2.5 times more likely than cis people to be the victim of violence. Yes, trans
That's
women
not
are.
predominantly. Women are still. First of all, I mean, actually, it's men. Actually, men are predominantly the victims of
Okay.
violence in general.
See,
right?
to me,
But
it
then
seems
after
like
it's
what
women,
you're
and then
looking
after
to
it's
do.
trans women.
See, what it seems like to me is that what you're willing to do is basically throw aside any sort of humanitarian or humane considerations when you get to sound, I don't know, maybe it just comes off a little memey, like you're trying to like fit a role
You're
or
definitely
something.
saying a lot of words.
Oh yeah.
Too
So
bad
anyway,
I'm not reading
Yes, because you need a lot of words to cut through your bullshit.
them.
Yeah.
Definitely saying a lot of words.
So there's the first one. The second
Feminism,
one-
the advocacy for women's rights on the basis of the equality of the sexes. So,
Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to
I'm
mean.
a feminist. I am a
Congratulations,
feminist
you
Sunday.
read
So,
Webster's
from
dictionary.
Yay, you can use Google.
from a feminist
Like, is that
lens,
an own?
of
Is
course,
that an
this
own
is-
for you? What I'm trying to point out here.
You had
what I've-
a second thing. You had a second.
I have a
thing
couple
going
of
on?
things.
Oh,
A couple things I want to talk about. Secondly, is 2 times in this conversation, Ray Blanchard has been invoked, which is very funny because invoked. Yes, invoked is exactly how I would use it, because that's basically the only way that Ray Blanchard is ever used. Ray Blanchard's severely criticized typology of transsexual behaviors is thoroughly debunked. And I mean, it's been debunked since about.
It hasn't been debunked.
It
In
has
fact, it's been
absolutely-
asserted
It has been.
throughout the 19th
I'm sorry. You
century.
can yell as loud as you want, but I came in here to make a statement. This is a topic
He
that I
is
talk
not the
about
only
extensively.
sexologist.
He is not. He's sexology. First of all, is heavily criticized as a pseudoscience. First of
So
all,
is
just
all of psychology. So is all of psychology.
No, no.
Yeah, maybe my
no,
L. Ron
Kind of
Hubbard,
like a-
but no.
No. Yes, at this point, it's apparent that the only thing that can save Lav right now is if she invokes her thetans.
Not true.
Quoting a sexologist and especially a heavily debunked sexologist like Ray Blanchard, who is whose studies were not useful for any sort of
What
advancement
about
of science.
Kurt Freund?
I don't know about Kurt Freund off the top of my head, so I don't really care. I'm here to talk about Ray Blanchard, who you invoked multiple times. You didn't.
Ray Blanchard
You didn't
came
invoke
after
Freund.
Kurt Freund.
I understand that
who
maybe I
auto-monosexualism.
I understand maybe you're
It's
used
clear
to a
that you don't know a
particular-
lot about
Yeah.
this.
Yes, definitely. I don't know.
What about
yes,
Anne
definitely.
A.
I,
Lawrence?
Demon
What about
Mama,
Anne
doesn't
A.
know
what
much about.
What about Anne A.
Ray
Lawrence?
Blanchard. I know about Anne Lawrence. In fact, it's really
Yeah.
funny because I was thinking about Anne Lawrence earlier on in this conversation. Earlier in this conversation, while referencing Ray Blanchard, you actually said something that contradicted both Blanchard and Lawrence, which was that you said that
Do I think that anyone who didn't already agree with Lav finds her convincing? No, I don't think so. But to be perfectly fair, I am not entirely certain that Lav is convinced of Lav's stuff. Like, I'm not sure this isn't a grift.
that Ray Blanchard had concerns about, I believe you said about certain types of trans people, AGPs, getting access to hormones and getting access to protections. But actually, as much as I hate Ray Blanchard, and as much as I yes, you did.
I don't necessarily know that you're going to move too much on a panel discussion like this, well, or a debate like this in any real sense. Like, everyone is already in their camps, and I don't think this is a battle to determine who is right. I think it's a battle to determine who looks more credible going forward. And that is where Lav's problem is going to be, is she has to establish herself as credible on the topic. I don't think this is the arena to do that.
I was concerned.
Can
I finish, or are you gonna
say what Ray Blanchard thought?
Okay. Regardless, Ray Blanchard and Anne Lawrence are both people who actually did support even AGPs identifying and being protected as women. Both of them supported that, which is funny that you would invoke them.
But they're right now. But I thought that they've been thoroughly debunked.
Interestingly, again,
I thought they've been thoroughly debunked. It's interesting how you use this. You give this part merit.
That doesn't follow. I don't think that.
I thought they were thoroughly debunked.
Ray Blanchard has been thoroughly debunked. Ray Blanchard
by who?
Being debunked.
By who?
By the entire medical consensus. By
surely it would be easy to name a couple doctors.
Yeah, in fact,
that's not even the point. Name a couple doctors isn't even the point. The medical consensus is the general abrogation of the combining of what medicine believes. So the single person paddling upstream is not necessarily a good argument. What the hell was this? Go back.
I can't force him to answer, and that's fine.
Now, in that same philosophy,
Karl, it says, yeah, the findings show that transsexual individuals were more likely to be criminal. Yeah. Kathleen Stock is a lesbian who is against
humanitarian or humane considerations when you get to sound I don't know, maybe it just comes off a little memey, like you're trying to like fit a role. You're
definitely
or something.
saying a lot of words.
Oh yeah. Census by
surely it would be easy to name a couple doctors.
There we go.
Yeah, in fact, sure. If you want me to name
I absolutely don't have the energy to keep going past this much past rewatching this
institution that debunked Ray Blanchard. You can go directly to Johns Hopkins, one of the most respectful. And interestingly, just a point in your favor, John Hopkins has, as of recently, engaged in what I would consider to be some problematic and not entirely scientific engagements on gender things, and they still debunked Ray Blanchard.
Are you a scientist?
Hey, Lav, just very quickly.
Are you a scientist?
Just very quickly, DM. Lav.
Oh.
Lav, at absolutely no point are you going to try to, can you try to discredit someone's opinion on a thing as not expert while you yourself are not a fucking expert?
I don't.
Okay, then who cares? Then shut the fuck up.
Lav.
You like to talk a lot, but you don't seem to like to actually pay attention to the things that you're reading a lot or do very deep research. And I want to point out, additionally,
No.
It's almost like you've offended Demon Mama deeply. And to be fair, you've offended me deeply too, but it's not personal in my case.
The line. We do have a little bit of
That's
line, but I want to give you some
that's
space. So
perfectly fine.
you get one more point, and then we'll move on.
Just a
Go
word
ahead.
to the
That is
wise.
perfectly fine.
Just a word to
I
the
just
wise.
want-
Oh, no, go on, please.
I just want to point out that in both of these cases, your purpose in bringing these things up was not to engage in good faith with what was said or
It
with
never is,
critiques
yeah.
of those scientists. No, it wasn't. It was
Yeah.
only to support a one-sided narrative in which you stand on your platform and proclaim that trans women are men. And it's very
They are.
funny that that's how it is, that you will utilize statistics in an incredibly slanted manner, also leaving out the all other context, including the fact, like I said, the first one is a real interesting one, that you make this argument about how, oh yeah, we need to lock up these predatory people in these prisons. Oh, we need to get these men out of here. But then you ignore the fact that trans women are actually the victims of crime
What is a man?
more often than they are.
What is a man, Demon Mama?
A miserable
A man is a river in which we all flow.
pile of
That's for
Victoria's
you
Secrets.
that's for you to deal with. That's the question you got to deal with in this conversation. I'm
is
here
a
just bringing up
man?
some interesting things. What is a man? There is
Yeah,
no
you said that
single
trans
answer.
women. You said that trans women. There's no single answer. But
Yeah,
if
I
you,
don't,
but if
do
you
you
had
want me to finish? This is something that you've done a lot in this conversation. I've noticed is that you like to do this little smug anime laugh after you ask a question and then don't let somebody finish. It's like very off-putting.
Go ahead, finish.
generally,
Answer the
but-
question.
If I could ask Lav a question in life, I would is: have you been punched in a face recently? Because that seems like it's something that would happen to you a lot.
And then-
Yeah, sure. I don't think that there is a single definition for what a man is. However, what I think a man is, what my definition is I think I go by self-identity. I think a man is somebody who identifies as a man, and I think it's that simple. And I think the reason for that, if we want to go
I
into
identify as a man. I'm a man.
congratulations. I'm very happy for you.
Yes, but Lav, we know in this particular case that you are not being genuine.
Did you
Okay,
think that was
wonderful.
An own? Wait, did you think that was an own?
I would love to have
I
a
don't
more
think it is.
in-depth conversation between you two at some point. I think it would be interesting to have a debate between you and Lav as well. But
Do it.
Honest to God, if I could get Demon Mama to take like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes to sit and set me fucking straight on transgender issues, it would be wonderful. Like, it would be great. Because she's ridiculously knowledgeable and passionate about this. And I am not properly equipped to have those discussions.
Do it. Do it.
Oh, it
do.
looks like John Hopkins cites Ray Blanchard. Doesn't debunk him.
When? Was it in the 70s? Because that would be super interesting. That'd be funny. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, Ray Blanchard has been thoroughly debunked by every serious scientific organization that has written anything about sex or gender. And I mean that. I mean that. His study, his typology has not been cited in any way, shape, or form since like the early 90s, which is like 4 years after it was published. The initial research that he did for that was grossly unscientific. And there was even ethical concerns with his own involvement with his own test subjects. So anybody out there, I understand that Lav wants to present a very, very specific message to support her prescriptions and whatever.
So do
That's
you.
fine. That's fine. So do most anti-trans demagogues out there.
So
No,
do
not
most people.
No, but anti-trans demagogues have a particular like to lie about
Demagogue.
science. Yeah, I think demagogue fits here, especially with the anime laughing.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, just for anybody out there who's actually interested in science and who wants to consider themselves like a serious interlocutor on any of these topics, anybody who, as Lav said, cares about the future, cares about making the world a better place, I encourage you to genuinely introspect and actually engage with all of the science that has happened since 1984 or 86, I can't remember, when Ray Blanchard's bunk typology. Also, actually, if you're at all scientifically like at all, go read the typology and you tell me you think that's scientific at all. It's one of the most laughable. It's like it reads like gender fan fiction.
okay.
Anyway, that's all I have to say for now. So have
Demon
fun.
Mama, thank you.
It
I
was
appreciate you coming
lovely
on.
to see you coming in, Demon Mama.
And
Yeah.
we will see you later.
See ya.
To the void. All of them. All of them.
I
go to
think
the
I
same
think
place.
there's a beautiful draconian mission to silence anyone who goes against this gender doctrine. I know that Demon Mama is one of these people.
It's all part
and
of the
that was-
plan.
That was
No, it's me. I am the gender Illuminati, and I am here to silence you.
Interesting. It was interesting. I mean, when you come in and you just are like, you're mean, it's like, okay, I don't care. You know what I mean? Trying to protect.
Well, I have a word to the
So-
wise. A word to the wise. The whole like, can you name the study thing? Can you name the book thing? That's a good gotcha when you're trying to pinpoint that somebody doesn't have actual conversance or familiarity with material that they are implicating in a very big claim. Don't do that with people like Demon Mama who actually do their fucking research. It's not going to go well for you.
It seems that Demon Mama has not done any research.
Demon Mama has done more research than me.
Yeah, Demon Mama doesn't know who Kurt Freund is.
I don't know who
think
Kurt Freund is.
Having a discussion on self-ID, right, would be an interesting one with Demon Mama, and I'd love to have her on for that discussion.
He
sometime. But this
invented what
discussion
would
is not
become
today.
known as autogynephilia, automonosexualism.
No one is being paid. This is a voluntary conspiracy.
This is throughout the 19th century.
And you who haven't been interested enough to even read like the basic writings of Butler are suddenly interested in this for no reason
Butler
whatsoever.
is a theorist. Butler is a post.
What you're describing is theory, my friend. That is.
It's almost like Lab doesn't think theory has a bearing on real life. Yes, Demon Mama definitely kicked ass. Demon Mama's fantastic. And at the off chance that you haven't subscribed to Demon Mama, go subscribe to Demon Mama.
Theory. Do you know what theory is? Do you know what theory is?
Reality, and sometimes there's theory, right?
No, you don't know what theory. What do you think theory?
I called it. Did I not just call it? Did I not just call it? God damn, I'm good.
What means? I'm asking this in
Theory
all
is
seriousness.
thoughts. It's thoughts.
No, it's not
No!
thoughts. Theory is not thoughts.
Yes.
You're
what
frozen,
on
love.
earth?
Nope.
Theory is thought.
Theory
Discord
is
just
not.
hiccuped.
Theory is not thought. Sorry.
Okay.
Who's the
Gravity's just a theory, man.
green person?
We have another interlocutor here who would like to ask
The
a
general
question.
ideas or principles.
Lactoid, you were live.
Hi, friends. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
All
You're
right,
up. What do you
perfect.
got for us?
So I got a question for you, Lav, and then if I have
got an answer
time,
for
I
you.
also got a question for you, Sunday.
Oh no.
So I want to comment very quickly because this is relevant to the question and some things that were said by the prior caller. I've seen the data, Lab, that you were referencing, and it is absolutely true that the propensity to commit crime is consistent post-transition among trans women. And I understand that because of this, you wouldn't want to put, just I guess generally, trans women or men into women's prison because you stated that the criminality trend carries and you want to protect women. Is that a pretty fair summary of your position?
Yeah, I also just believe.
Look, at this point, Pippa, if you think Ivan's serious, well, half serious. Look, I hope that part of the appeal of listening to me is that I can make stupid things funny.
Even classifications of things, and I believe in useful and helpful segregation to keep populations safe.
Great. So my question for you then is that given that black people commit violent
I
crime-
knew where
I think we should segregate Lab from the rest of the population to keep theory safe.
you were
Yes,
going
at
with this. I'm sorry.
much
Of
higher
course,
rights.
Yeah.
Are you also in favor of segregating prisons by race in order to help
So,
protect white
so
people?
this is very often I get asked this question, and it's fucking ridiculous. The reason why people.
No, it's not ridiculous because you're making a claim by category. So they're asking you if you would also make another claim by category based on a statistic.
Well, the reason why racism and racists exist is because they think that there are distinct differences between black people and white people.
So do you. You think that there are distinct differences between men and women?
There are none. This has been debunked. There are no
Race is a river in which we all flow.
distinct differences.
I mean, some of them are black and some of them are white. Lav. I mean, are you colorblind?
Sure.
You can see this, can't you?
There are distinct differences between the sexes. Like I said earlier, 90% of one can kill 90% of the other with their bare hands. There are obviously distinct differences.
I want to again reiterate that anyone can cause harm with their bare hands, are capable of kinetic solutions for intractable problems, as I have to say via terms of service. Like there's a book. You just Google army combatives, and you'll find the book, and you'll notice that the book makes no prescription of what moves are lethal if performed by a man and what moves are lethal if performed by a woman. So really, I don't know where you're trying to go here. Uh, the the methodology for causing harm does not change dramatically from one to the other. If you prick me, I still bleak.
Between the sexes. What you're asking is it what the question becomes is it okay to segregate? Is it okay to discriminate sometimes? And I'd say yes. If we get more good, then we get harm, right? So there's a reason why pedophiles aren't allowed to work with children. That's still segregation, that's still discrimination, right? But these people could potentially hurt the children, and so we just
But we put a category on a children as someone who needs protection because they are small and easily influenced. Much like Lav.
decide that we are able to take this liberty away from them, right?
I want to clarify, if I can. So is what you're saying that even if we have data that demonstrates that one demographic is much more likely to commit violent crime, you're saying this is irrelevant because there's no like biological difference?
Hey, Wick, I have to, just very quickly, I apologize. I have to remove myself in like 5 minutes, so I'm going to have to probably leave after this next guest.
Okay. Thank you for being here. We'll close it out after this one, and we'll just call it.
Oh, thank blessed Lord.
Blackwood.
I can re-ask the question because what it sounds like is.
I have the answer.
Okay, go ahead.
So the problem again is that men not only have a propensity to do more crime in general, but to also do crime against women, right? Black people are not targeting, and there is not an epidemic where black people cannot stop.
Unfortunately, Cal, this time was very tangible to me.
Targeting white people, and they don't have any systemic power, right? So if it was so that black people were showing higher levels of crime, they were seen to, be systemically more powerful than white people, and they targeted white people, of course we would want to protect white people. That is just not what is happening, obviously.
Okay, and even if it was, let's say we did segregate by race and you saw rates of prison victimhood among white people drop, would you then continue to support?
I'd also a lot of people bring up this black crime statistic, and the problem with this is they don't take into account black women. Black men are committing most of the crimes and the black crime rate, right? So it is still men who are creating this crime. It is not black women.
So we can debate that, actually. There's data that suggests that black women are actually have a higher propensity for violent crime than white men. But I have that data. We can talk about that later.
We can talk about that later. See ya.
One question I have for you, Sunday, is let's say we did integrate prisons and we saw like a pretty significant rise in like sexual assault and pregnancies within prison. Would there be a point in which you would say, look, we have to keep them segregated? There's no way we can have this.
If we suddenly found that, if we desegregated prisons and we suddenly found like a sudden rise in sexual assault and pregnancy.
As opposed to the rise in pregnancies that already occur from the fact that there are male guards who extort women, sure.
And things like that?
Yeah.
We would need some kind of redress if that's what that entails, and that's what that entails. I think your primary issue here is with the prison system itself. Like, once again, and this is...
Yeah, I was about to say, my conclusion from this is not only is Lav a TERF, but she's also a racist.
The question I posed to Lav. If you have, like, a lesbian, for example, who is in jail for sexual assault, that person's going to be eminently more dangerous to the cis women around them than a trans woman who is attracted to men.
You're not locked in a room. I'm not locked in a room with you. You're locked in a room with me.
So it doesn't really bear on the question of the debate. This is a pragmatic question. It's an interesting question. I don't know how to answer that at this time.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Blackfoot, always a pleasure. I'll see you later. To the void. Sunday, I know you have to go. Is there anything else you want to say to the audience before we let you go?
Actually, I was really pleasantly impressed with the quality of the questions. I think they were quite good.
My community is...
Wick, I think you did a fantastic job moderating. Did I actually end up taking 10 minutes? I feel like it was shorter.
Did not.
It did not? What did it end up being roughly? Were you timing it?
2.
2?
Maybe,
Really?
Maybe 3.
Oh, it
didn't
felt
see
longer writing it. Time is a social construct, after all.
No.
Lav, all touching aside, thank you for not ducking out of this one at the last minute for once. Godspeed.
For once.
Thank you for not running away, Sunday.
When have I ran out of a debate?
You typically run before the debate.
I don't think that's true. When?
Okay, I am done with this. Yes, you're a good dog. Quickly, what's coming up? Me and Hetman are setting a schedule for the rest of the month. Ukraine top update will come as soon as something more interesting than Ukraine is blowing up all of Russia's shit is happening, which may come in a couple days, honestly, depending on what happens around Bakhmut, because some weird stuff is happening that I'm not quite able to account for because I've been working on this. The topic for this month is going to be the 2003 Iraq War. We're going to talk about some less than savory aspects of it. That will also be scheduled this week, definitively, for probably next week. And finally, Hetman has brought up a point for the Nerding Out show that he wants to talk about the realism of first-person shooters and how this causes problems, and he did not elaborate. So I don't know what that topic is going to be, and I think we're going to do it because I am going to challenge the notion of realistic first-person shooters. At any rate, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, or today. It's still afternoon, and I am going to go eat lunch, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the day.